Hello, welcome to Forbidden Mystery Vault. I don't have an opening
Full
for the show.
motion video.
You're just gonna start with that, huh? You're just gonna start with putting me in this position? You're just gonna start?
I haven't
That's the energy
I
you're gonna
haven't
bring to
been
the
here at the
start
beginning of
today?
a stream in so long. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I'm invited to start
Yay!
a full motion video. Riley's show on Cable 2.
Did it!
Anyway, I woke up late, and then I had to clean out Bosco's litter, so the stream is slightly late. But we're here. We're back. It's 428 Shibuya Scramble. The same game that we've been playing for, I don't know, 3-4 months now. So I don't really know what you expect.
It'll be 3-4 years here pretty soon.
No, it won't, I think.
We gotta get the true ending. That requires you to play through the game 10 different times and beat
We're
the
not
final
doing that.
boss.
yeah, there's a big shoot 'em up boss fight. Anyway,
God, I hope not.
well,
You
Game
have to get
Quarter,
every bad end.
thank you for the subscription, Game Quarter. Love to see it.
Wow.
You're a loyal FMV super fan. 428 Shibuya Scramble. Last week we finished the 3 o'clock hour block, and a lot of shit happened. I don't really remember a bit of it, so we're gonna find out. We gotten 33 bad ends.
I can give us a quick recap. So last time what happened was that hang on, Minorikawa made someone piss his pants live on stream.
True.
Thanks.
And also, yeah, there was the explosion, and now we have punished Minorikawa. Battle damage Minorikawa.
Yeah, he's got battle damage because of the van that blew up like 5 times.
He really looks like a guy who's ready to deliver a beatdown, as Noel would say.
Which do we want to start with? What's the feeling?
I think Osawa's hand is funny, but it is later than the other ones.
No, that's even better reason because
Yes, there's gas in the
if that
car.
then if we get a keep out, it will be able to spend more time trying to find on the other guys.
Yeah.
True.
That looks like end of Evangelion to me.
Anyway, I think he was getting extremely awful, terrible news.
Yep.
Like
Osawa's
the worst news possible.
Osawa's very bad, terrible, no good day continues ever longer. Oh my god, my nose is what? Hang on, I gotta blow my nose before I start. I'm like gonna have to talk a lot. I don't want to know how people feel. All I want to know is what viruses. I prefer viruses because they make no move to encroach on me from the other side of my microscope. They leave me free to let my thoughts wander as I wish. And while it may be true to say I understand viruses, I've never been able to understand my fellow humans. I love how every hour block starts with Osawa saying basically this. Like, Osawa's like,
I'm not a human.
I'm not a human.
Actually.
I love viruses. I can only understand viruses. I'm not a human being. I can't understand other humans. I can only understand viruses.
Also, I'm so fucking upset about my daughters being kidnapped and
Yeah.
stuff. That's unrelated.
This is
though.
like the most powerful and I think heretofore unseen form of Therian.
I don't know them.
Just a virus.
I don't know a single fundamental thing about them.
Mammals. Their fundamental thing.
It really is that shot.
We all knew this storyline was going there.
With Tanaka dead, trying to use the backup passwords to the fingerprint scanner had become a hopeless endeavor. The only remaining means of getting entry to the storage area was to issue an emergency unlock request to the electronic lock manufacturer. And in order to do that, they needed approval from the 6 members of the board of directors. Returning to his study, Osawa called Makino's personal cell phone.
What is it?
Makino said gruffly as soon as he picked up. Osawa informed him of the situation, including Tanaka's death, and the fact that Maria was infected. The news left Makino at a loss for words.
Whoa!
Please, you need to hold an emergency board meeting. Makino was silent for a few moments.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Why not? Are you just going to sit by and let my daughter die? And not just her. If Maria goes symptomatic. That was still only an if, but Osawa was reluctant to put his fears into words. If she goes symptomatic, the UA virus will sweep through all of Tokyo.
I realize that, but one of the board members is overseas on business. Holding a meeting is impossible.
Despite the gravity of the situation, he sounded astoundingly nonchalant.
Okay, sorry. Holding a meeting is impossible.
Osawa couldn't back down now. There must be some other option. A web conference or something.
That doesn't help us if we can't get in touch with him. He went missing a few days ago, in the middle of his business trip.
The head of Okoshi Pharmaceuticals' New York branch has been missing since April 25th, 9 p.m. local time. There have been no demands for a ransom, so the New York Police Department is investigating the possibility of some other form of foul play.
I love running into classic Japanese bureaucracy yet again in stories. You could just do it. People are gonna die.
Yeah, you fucking...
Well, you see, Makino maybe gets some money from some terrorists if he says no.
That was... yeah. I presume he's getting...
Yeah.
Because, like, it was fucking crazy to not be like, oh, if we don't do this, the entire Tokyo dies, basically.
There's other Tokyos.
I don't think that's true.
Sorry, Kant. One guy got lost in New York.
We can't. A guy got lost in New York. Definitely not kidnapped.
Osawa was almost too appalled to be angry. That's the most ridiculous lie I've ever heard.
Would you like to speak to my on-site contact if you don't believe me?
It was like arguing with a child. If Makino was deliberately working against him, he'd never know if his disappearance was real or not. In that case, could you please appoint a representative in his stead?
Selecting a representative is a complicated process. Even if we started right now, it would take until sometime tomorrow afternoon to complete.
Tomorrow afternoon. By then, it would be too late for any of this to matter. Sir, can't you see how absurd the things you're saying are?
What would you have me do? These are the realities of corporate politics.
I understand, sir. You will do nothing for my daughter. That's what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. Look, I'll see what I can do to appoint a representative more quickly.
He hung up. He took Alphard taxi. His tone had suggested that waiting for an appointee wouldn't be a terribly hopeful prospect. I have no more allies. All I have left now are foes.
There's no fucking way you're taking Makino at your word. Are you kidding me? No.
Badass epic Osawa moment.
Osawa, you have to fucking go super mode.
Yeah.
Super Osawa.
He's gonna use what he knows about viruses. Man, do you know anything about chemistry? Just like burn through the door.
Yeah, just
with
melt
acid.
through the roof. You couldn't,
just
you couldn't count on anyone anymore.
I don't think Osawa's can make a bomb out of scraps.
Osawa's just going to have to get the antiviral by himself. Tanaka might be dead, but there still must be some way to get that lock open. Taking extra care to avoid the notice of the detectives, Osawa snuck out of the house and entered the garage. Okay.
Keep out.
Wow, when you're right about the keep out, you're right.
I've played this game enough to know.
That was fast.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
Who's the most likely to help Osawa? That's you. Like,
Kano or Minorikawa.
I want it to be Kano. Honestly, I think Minorikawa's got a bigger fish to fry.
Minorikawa feels like this hour might be kind of a wild goose situation for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, bigger fish. Like I said.
Arriving back at the Shibuya precinct, Kano hurried to the interrogation room. With the investigation currently on hold, he knew that taking any official action would be tricky. Yeah, Osawa is going to talk to Minorikawa at some point. If he was going to break through the stalemate, he was going to need Tateno's help. The abduction, the ransom, the attaché case relay, Maria's release, and then Tanaka's death. Maybe Tateno would be able to figure out how all these elements were related.
Where is that guy?
But first, Kano needed to check something for himself. Tateno would never have let Al-Karawan go free. Kano needed the prisoner to set the record straight. Al-Karawan sat in the precinct interrogation room, looking brazen and cocksure. One glance at his face, Kano was reminded of what had happened to Sasayama. Fresh anger smoldered at the edges of his mind. There were two detectives already in the room.
It seems he wasn't made privy to the details.
Echo? It could be this other detective.
I was fucking muted.
I was
It's
like...
such a funny bit. Okay. Sounds like they were following orders, carrying the attaché case around.
I would sit down across from Al-Karawan. Cathode says, I still don't really know what's happening, but I need to know how it ends. Real shit. That's the great thing
fine.
about
real
There's a girl with a virus in her. It's like that.
Will everybody die? Well, there's a sequel show, so
Probably not.
yes.
Maybe?
I mean, the protagonist of that show isn't any of these people, so they'll probably all die. That's my guess.
There's something I'd like to ask you.
We were just paid to do a job. I don't know anything more than that.
His Japanese was imperfect, but he understood the language well enough. Tell me, how did you manage to escape from Detective Tadano?
Escape? I didn't.
A faint smile came to Alcarwan's lips. That's not faint, that's like a grin.
You let me go free.
Liar! Detective Tadano would never do that! Kano slammed the desk with his fist.
I didn't have handcuffs on, did I? He took them off for me.
It had to be a lie. It's not like there weren't other ways to remove a pair of handcuffs.
After he took off the handcuffs, he pointed his gun at me.
Cut the crap! Kano grabbed the prisoner by the collar. While Carwan went on, unperturbed.
Kept the gun pointed at me, but he didn't pull the trigger. So that's when I ran.
Why would Detective Tadano want to shoot you?
Because I saw him.
Saw him? Saw him do what?
Let me tell you something interesting. There was that girl who was carrying the ransom, right?
Kano pictured Hitomi, standing anxiously beside the statue of Hachiko.
That guy Tano was trying to kill her.
In a fit of rage, Kano drove his fist into Alcarwan's face. His colleagues rushed to interpose themselves.
Kano, calm
down.
Yeah, we both said it.
Knocked to the floor, Alcarwan gingerly fingered his split lip.
And after I gave you such good info, too.
Detective Tadano was assigned to protect Hitomi Osawa. You can't expect me to believe your rubbish. He lunged around the table, ready to throw another punch, but his fellow detectives held him back. Alcarwan looked away indifferently.
It's your Detective Tano you should be arresting, not me. That girl's gonna get killed.
You need to step in line, pal.
Kano! You're the one who needs to step in line.
Yeah.
Go and cool off for a bit.
Expelled from the interrogation room, Kano immediately pulled out his cell phone and called Tachino's number. Please, pick up. He clutched his phone tight, pleading under his breath. But Tachino didn't answer.
Tano's too busy walking around with a cane trying to kill Hitomi, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kano sat down in a chair in the hallway, in a bit of a daze. Found himself holding the present Sasayama had gotten for his wife. I have to do something. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. His restlessness gnawed at him like a rabid animal. Oh, it's the Kuze. Looked up to see Kuze standing beside him, his expression grave.
I have an update on Sasayama.
Kano swallowed the lump in his throat.
It seems the knife went in deep enough to do some organ damage. He's in critical condition.
See. Kano bit his lip hard. His handkerchief, red with Sasayama's blood, clung to the wrapping paper of Sasayama's present. Kano peeled it away carefully, so as to not tear the paper beneath.
What's that?
Sasayama had
Ed
me
and
hold on to this
Carlberg
for
got
him.
some fish and chips. It's a pastry.
Delicious fish and chips.
Delicious.
It's a present for his wife.
Ah, I see.
I'm sorry, Director Kuze, for ignoring your orders. Kana's eyes remained fixed on the gift as he spoke. When you get down to it, none of this would have happened if it weren't for me. Some kind of punishment was surely headed his way for acting alone as he had. He probably wasn't getting out of this one with a simple written apology.
When public servants are negligent in their duties or violate regulations, they can be punished with a warning, a formal reprimand, reduction in pay, suspension, or dismissal. In the case of a warning, in addition to the remonstration from a direct supervisor, the individual must also submit a formal letter explaining the relevant details and assuring that it won't happen again.
But Kuze calmly shook his head.
What happened to Sasayama isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself. As far as this case goes, I've been given quite the runaround myself.
There's a rare note of vulnerability in Kuze's voice.
The higher-ups have barely let any information trickle my way, but they're still ordering me around non-stop. It's a real pain in the ass.
Kuze fell silent, ruminating. The quiet lingered between the two men for several moments before he abruptly spoke again.
Oh, right. I'd like to get your opinion on something. So, Mamoru Tanaka, who we found in the minivan, you know? What you think? Should we order maybe release his name to the media?
Kuze had slipped into his childish register. He was clearly exhausted.
After dealing with the kidnapper's baffling actions and too much meddling from the higher-ups, even a veteran like Kuze is just beat. But that's not the only reason for his exhaustion. Kuze has a brother, 6 years his senior, who despite being nominally mature, refuses to get a real job and shows no inclination to settle down with the family. He walks around town day after day dressed like a hippie, treating passerby to songs he's written. Kuze's been worried about his shiftless brother for years now. The guy's been a chronic source of consternation. This is so funny to just be like, oh, by the way, also...
He has a brother. Yeah, because his brother kind of sounds like he rules. Kana was thrown by the question. It was a rare thing for the director to seek an opinion from a mere junior detective.
Feels like there's something not too normal about one of Kenji Osawa's subordinates dying.
Kano had had the same thought. This felt too intentional to be a coincidence.
So here's the question. Should I get the media involved and try to rush for a resolution, or should I be more cautious? What would you do?
About releasing the name? That wasn't such a simple thing to answer. There were so many factors to consider. A tired smile came to Kuze's face.
Don't think about it too hard. This is just so I have a point of reference. Tell me what your gut says.
I think probably hold back would be mine.
Yeah, you hold back.
Because I feel like there's a lot of factors
I think this won't lead to a direct bad end, but I think this leads to bad ends for other people for sure.
I think we should hold back for now. We still don't know if Mamoru Tanaka was murdered or if he committed suicide. We should at least wait until we know that much. This case had so many loose ends that could lead in dangerous directions. It would pay to be as prudent as possible. Kano paused for a moment. Kuzai paused for a moment and thought, then nodded.
I see what you mean. All right then.
Then, without another word, he headed back toward the conference room. On the TV, the governor's press conference is still going on.
Oh boy.
Who wants to be the governor of Shibuya?
I think Echo had a really great governor voice last time.
Yeah, I think it was just my news voice. I've just requested that each of the railroad companies, starting with JR, stop running trains through Shibuya Station until further notice. As far as the roads go, Route 246 has already been closed to traffic.
The executive looked pale as he spoke to the crowd. Is there any possibility of a bioterrorist attack?
What about the people who are still in Shibuya?
The reporters unleashed a barrage of questions. The governor's face scrunched up.
As I've already made clear, this is not a complete blockade. There's nothing to stop anyone from leaving Shibuya on foot.
Because modern
Japan does not have a system for enacting martial law, there are few ways that the government could effectively quarantine Shibuya. In the case of potential viral infection, the infectious disease law allows for the city to partition in areas of restricted movement. If the authorities do not want to acknowledge the existence of the top-secret UA virus, however, taking such an action would be rather tricky legally.
Isn't what you're doing isn't what you're describing de facto martial law?
Of course not. You should be well.
Oh no, I think that is the governor.
You should be well aware that martial law is illegal. I couldn't declare it even if I wanted to.
I love how it explains that in the pop-up, and then it explains it again in the text.
If you wanted to. So this is a bioterrorist issue then.
I never said anything of the sort.
Press conference is devolving into chaos. Kano was unsurprised. Still, everyone was doing their best insofar as they knew how. So why not me? It doesn't matter what I do. I just want to be doing something. Just letting time tick by without trying to take action was more than he could bear. Kano.
Oh.
Ooh, this is
I mean, deliver the present could be something.
These feel maybe like it won't matter for some reason, but like, he should call Sasayama's wife. I think.
I
where
do
I'm leaning
agree.
towards. Kano thought about Sasayama's wife and decided to get in touch with her. He called Sasayama's home phone, but nobody picked up. Perhaps she'd gone to the hospital? With that in mind, Kano called up Shibuya Central Hospital and asked them to transfer him to Mrs. Sasayama. After a little while, a woman's voice came through the receiver.
Yes, this is Mrs. Sasayama.
Her voice was thin and reedy. My name's Shinya Kano. I work with your husband on the force. What happened? He didn't know what to say. He couldn't find the words. I wish that I'd been there when he'd gone to make that arrest. I should have tried to get there and back him out sooner. If I hadn't been too late. He trailed off, hoping he hadn't said too much. Sasayama's wife answered in her gentle, quavering voice.
Thank you so much for your concern. I'm glad that my husband is lucky enough to have a colleague like you.
No, I couldn't.
I married a detective, Mr. Kano. I prepared myself for the possibility that something like this might happen.
But she certainly didn't sound like she was prepared. Connor felt a biting pain in his chest. Your husband gave me something to hold on to for you. I'd like to give it to you, if I can.
Oh? Well, certainly. But I'd like to stay here, by his side today, if that's possible.
Of course. I'll head on over to the hospital myself, then. I hope you don't mind if I pay a visit?
Oh, of course not. Sorry to trouble you like this. Thank you so much.
Kano hung up, then hurried out of the precinct. As he was making his way toward the hospital, Kano spotted a girl sitting on the pedestrian overpass.
Oh
She looked
my
like she was on the verge
god.
of tears. Concerned, he stopped beside her. Are you waiting for someone? The girl simply bit her lip and said nothing. Are you lost? Do you need a policeman?
The relatively low crime rate in Japan, combined with the rather high police personnel numbers in Tokyo, mean that officers, particularly beat cops, often have plenty of bandwidth to deal with more minor issues.
Again, the girl gave no answer. Where did you come from? He had just decided to go and call for a female officer when the girl hesitatingly spoke at last. This is Echo.
Yeah.
Heaven Publishing.
After a little coaxing, she told him where that was. Turned out it was on the way to
So
Shibuya Central
ominous.
Hospital, not too far from where they were now. Why don't I take you there, then? I'm already headed in that direction anyway. The girl seemed a bit reluctant at first, but eventually she agreed to go with Kana. Kana parted ways with the girl outside the building where Heaven Publishing was located. He noticed that she hesitated to enter at first, but eventually vanished inside. Well, that's concerning. Kana's phone rang as he was about to continue on his way. When he peered at the incoming call display, his heart nearly stopped. There was Tatino's name. Kana quickly pressed the button to accept the call. Detective Tatino? Detective Tatino, is that you? There was a whole mountain of things Kana wanted to ask. So what had he been doing this whole time? Why had he let Alcarawan go free? And what had happened to Hitomi? But while he was trying to decide what question to pose first, Tatino spoke.
I've secured Maria Osawa.
What? Word came out as a startled gasp. Detective Tatino, we have to bring her here ASAP! Right now, she's... Tatino cut him off.
You need to bring Hitomi Osawa to my location at once.
Hitomi Osawa?
Yes. I heard over the wireless that the man from the US Embassy had her in custody.
Kano hadn't been listening to the most recent wireless traffic. Apparently Stanley had managed to find Hitomi. Oh, okay.
Yeah?
But what was Tatino getting at here? Wait, hold on. What for? I mean, why do you need me to bring Hitomi Osawa to you? There was no reply. Detective Tatino, answer me, please. Tatino replied as if he hadn't heard Kano's questions.
There's an office building in Nanpeidai called South Hill. I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop. If you don't bring her, I'll kill Maria.
At grisly warning, he hung up. Kano's hand went limp. His phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. No, you dropped your phone. Kano, you dropped
Well?
your phone. Kano, don't drop that. It's gonna break.
Well,
building takes its name from a rough translation of Nanpei-dai, the name of the area where it is located. The official name is South Hill Building, but since this is awkward to say, it's frequently shortened. He hadn't brought Hitomi as Tateno demanded, nor had he reported the situation to Kusuke.
This seems like the bad end.
First, he wanted to meet with Tateno and find out what was going on. He took the elevator to the 8th floor. After that, he had to take the stairs to the rooftop. I imagine this is a bad end that depends on Achi and Hitomi's actions.
Yeah, cause I look, if I was Achi, I would not just hand Hitomi over to the FBI.
Yeah, some American older man.
American older man? Hell no.
As he made his way up the steps, he tried to imagine what Tateno might want with Hitomi. He hadn't noticed anything suspicious about the senior detective in the lead up to the stakeout at the scramble. Tateno had seemed like the same man Kano had always revered. So why was he doing this? Kano couldn't think of a reason. Reaching the top of the staircase, he at last stepped out onto the open roof. Time for half-baked conjecture was past. Kano would lay his doubts at Tateno's feet. Then, soon enough, everything would become clear. Inwardly, Kano did his best to convince himself of that. A warm breeze blew against his cheek. Took a look around, but saw no sign of Tateno. Detective Tateno, where are you? Getting no response, he began to walk around the rooftop, calling out several more times. It's Kano. I've come as you asked. That's Tateno.
Where's Hitomi Osawa?
Kind of rolled around when he heard the voice behind him. Tateno stepped into view from behind a water tank. He led with him a young woman, bound and blindfolded.
So,
It's fucking
this
music.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is a big reveal in that, like, while, like, if you've been paying attention, you could figure this out, but it's just like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why didn't you bring her?
Kano stared in shock. Detective Tateno, why are you doing this? Is that really Maria? Jump point.
Yeah.
Tateno responded by removing the young woman's blindfold.
Jump point to Maria!
With her blindfold removed, Maria slowly opened her eyes. Then, as she gazed past Kano, a panic look crossed her face. Null says, I got it for a minute and Tateno going Insano style. Yeah. That's Maria.
Ah!
She shot out her arm to point.
What?
Kind of rolled around surprised. There was a man on the roof of the building across the way who looked like he was getting ready to jump.
Oh my god! What do you mean? They're all converging. This is how.
Why now?
What we did.
Kano thought to himself, but he couldn't just stand idly by while someone committed suicide. Felt the pang of disgust when he saw Tateno taking the situation with an indifferent glance but make no move to help. Detective Tateno, I'll be right back! We can finish this after! Not waiting for Natsu, he raced for the other building. I don't know if there's enough time for this.
There's so. I hope he's not planning to kill himself at all. He's just having a smoke.
I
When
mean,
he got
he maybe is. He's really thinking about it, probably. He thinks he killed a guy by not being good enough at journalism.
When he
I
got
love
this-
the layers of how many people we're going to have to get into to change this situation.
Yeah!
Oh, I'm not looking forward to that.
Everyone but Osawa is here. We got.
IT's not here.
I mean, but he's
You know-
related. Like, that's
Yeah,
Do you know Osawa's not here? Are you sure?
When he got to the second rooftop, the man was still there, staring down at the ground below. Don't do anything rash! When the man gave no response, though, Connor quickly halted. The stranger was still several meters away. Connor braced himself, ready to lunge for the man if necessary. Let's not be hasty. Nobody is going to be happy if you jump. Still, the man said nothing, simply gazing out at the sky. Surely he could hear Kano now. The detective continued, keeping his voice low and conversational. I've got a coworker. He's one of the most absurdly devoted husbands you could meet. All he does is brag about his wife. The man continued to ignore him. He was stabbed in the belly earlier today. He's in the hospital right now, on death's door. He was happy. Now his life might get snatched away from him anyway. Still, the man appeared unmoved. It was as if the words weren't even reaching him. Don't you think it's a waste to just go and throw your own life away? Kinda waited for the man to respond. The stranger took a purposeful stride away from the fence, towards the roof's edge. Stop! Don't do it! The man unflinchingly stepped out toward empty air. No. Kind of sprang forward, somehow managing to grab hold of the stranger's wrist. He yanked the man back from the edge, getting only a blank stare in response. Don't go wasting your life like this!
Isn't there more roof? Isn't there more roof there?
There's a bit more roof, but he is stepping towards the edge of the roof.
Yeah, you're not
Yeah.
supposed to be here, I think.
Ordinarily, Kano would have stayed and talked until he was sure the guy's death wish had passed. But
Are
it
they
wasn't
both
time
gonna
for that
fall
right
off?
now. Maria was in just as much danger at that very moment. Whipping out his handcuffs, he shackled the man to the fence.
Oh!
Oh my god.
What? I promise I'll come back. Please, just stay alive for a few minutes longer, okay?
Hey!
Kano left the man staring in
Hey,
bewilderment
this is
and raced
really
back to the South
bad.
Hill building.
I don't
Midorikawa really probably doesn't want to be handcuffed.
Yep. When he got back to the roof, no one was there. Kano immediately tried to call Tadano in his cell. The call didn't go through. Tadano must have powered off his phone. Damn it! Where did you go, detective? He needed to hear what Tadano had to say. He still had no idea what was really going on, what the grim truth might be. And it seemed he had just lost his chance to find out. Okay, we should just move Minorikawa so that he's not there.
Yeah,
Thanks for
Minorikawa
the-
needs to not be there. And also,
think-
maybe, like, Hitomi needs to be in a different situation, and
What, Echo?
there's a lot.
Thank you to Peanut Butter Jelly 38 for subscribing.
I don't know if that's what that stands for.
Thank you to Pajama 38 for subscribing to Cable 2.
I mean, that's literally the only two things it can stand for. So,
Yeah,
in
covered all the
desperation,
bases.
Connor rushed from the building. But in his frantic search of the area, saw no sign of either Tadano or Maria. Later, a precinct-wide manhunt failed to discover where the two had gone. From that day forward, Kano was empty inside, carrying out his duties as a detective with bleak detachment. I like when you get a bad ending that's just like, Tadano had a miserable life. Kano had a miserable life, and he was he hated his every day.
Let's go.
Okay. Right.
I don't think I need the hint for that one. I think I kind of got it. I think I
Yeah, I
get.
think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like there's one of the specific factors in like the fucking pile of shit that will happen. It affected it. Doesn't really matter which one it is. But you got an eye for what you want to take out.
I gotta know what he does. I gotta know why he's there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Norikawa
Hi.
needed to get back to the editing office right away. Oh. Hello, Autumn. You're
Hi.
here. Hi, Autumn. Welcome to stream, what is this, 14, 12, 10? I don't know. A lot of Shibuya 428 Shibuya Scramble. You're joining us in media res. Have you watched any of the VODs, or are you completely blind?
No.
Okay, well...
I've
Well, you're
watched
gonna get
today's
drafted
stream.
into making character voices if you stay here.
Yeah, you
so-
will be conscripted.
Uh-oh.
If you want. You don't have to, but... Okay,
I
so...
think you have to.
Well, it's not your stream. So... Thank you for the on-screen celebration, Cable 2. I don't actually think I have... I don't know if I have that, like... That didn't show up. I don't know if I have that stream alert. I don't know if it did. Or maybe it just shows up on Twitch and not on the, like, OBS? I don't know. Anyway. Okay, let's give a quick recap of 428 Shibuya Scramble, the entire plot. So, let's just do, like, character by character. I'll go first with Kano. Kano's a detective. He was initially supposed to watch over Hitomi Osawa, who was delivering a ransom for her kidnapped sister. He lost her, and he had to chase around the ransom for a long time, and then eventually teamed up with Jack Stanley, American detective, because it turns out that this case was a lot bigger than he thought, because it's actually, there's like a whole cartel that is, not cartel, but like a big syndicate that is organizing terrorist activities and potentially bioterrorism with a deadly virus. And one of the sisters is infected with the virus, and one of the sisters has the antiviral inside of her blood. And that's basically Kano's deal. He has a detective that he really admires, and that detective is also trying to kill people for no discernible reason.
I mean,
There's probably some reasons.
Seems like a reason you haven't discerned yet.
Yeah.
I feel like he's trying to kill the girl with the virus in her.
Yeah.
Well,
no, but he's trying to...
Here's the thing is that I think that it has to do. Okay, right? All of the like reasons why you'd kill her. 1, virus stuff. 2, the entire like thing with Aichi's sister and how like the very rare blood stuff. That's it. Those are the only 2 possible reasons.
Yeah. Okay. Next
and
up.
I feel like a. Sorry.
No, yeah, we need to do this plot summary because we've got it. It's so much. There's Soul. Do you want to do Tama's plot?
Yeah.
Tama
okay. So. Tama's amnesiac girl in a cat costume. She has a job that she to sell a scam energy drink that she wants to do so that she can buy a necklace that she really wants because she thinks it's hers or something like that.
It's important to her.
It's important to her. The scam goes badly, but she gets the money, and then she takes a suit off and reveals that she's actually Maria Osawa, the girl who's been kidnapped.
Okay.
But she's amnesiac.
But she's amnesiac, so she doesn't know that she's Maria Osawa. And later on, she's mostly been getting to wacky hijinks, like continuously finding the dude who was in charge of that scam. That kind of stuff. She had the whole mix-up stuff with another character who thought that was like he was hanging out with the Otomi. That kind of stuff.
They're also twins. They're twin sisters.
Well, they're twin sisters, but like one of them is, but they're not like identical twin sisters. They're just very similar. Anyway, she doesn't know anything about her. She had a conversation with the man with the cane, who's an assassin that's been sent after her, or whatever. She doesn't know what the hell's going on there.
Yeah.
And as of this hour, he has kidnapped her once again after initially holding her at gunpoint and then deciding to let her go. Then he changed his mind.
Yeah, he changed his mind, and she watched a van explode, and then she got taken. Also, she's like also Maria, she's like has like super skills at like jujitsu, I think.
Yeah,
she's really good at jujitsu.
She's a fucking fighter.
This whole time I had assumed this was a puzzle game based on the name alone.
No,
so this is
it's kind of.
I mean, there is some. I would say that there is some visual. There's like puzzles, but you're trying to puzzles in that you have to arrange events so that you can progress through the hour because you have to make sure everyone is in the right places, or else you get bad ends. And it's like
like just happened.
Yeah, exactly. So there is a bit of a puzzle element to it. But yes, they look identical, but different personalities, yes. So the twins are technically fraternal twins, but they are lowercase I identical capital F fraternal twins, which is specifically relevant because one of them, my theory, has an extremely rare blood type, which will probably be relevant.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go. Echo, can you give any plot summary, or do you want me to skip over you?
I feel like I can. I feel like this plot summary has like reached a critical mass where it's not that useful anymore, but I can try.
I bet you could probably explain what's going on with Osawa really funny.
Yeah, I was just thinking like I could synopsize. I could synopsize. I feel like you could just kind of say the characters' relationship to the core plot, and that would be like a bullet points.
Yeah.
Because like Osawa made this fucked up virus that can kill everyone.
He didn't make the virus. He studied the virus. And he made an antiviral for the virus.
He basically made it. He studied the virus and he made an antiviral for it. He doesn't like people. He only likes viruses. But he's a little gay. He's kind of bisexual.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a bisexual swag. And he's having a terrible day.
Yeah, he's having a terrible day. That's basically all that's happened to him the whole time, is that he's had a terrible day with Japanese Columbo, who isn't really that much like Columbo.
But he loves bananas.
Is that you, the player?
No.
Or is that the kidnapper?
No. You are not a character. You are an third-person observer.
You are controlling the choices of Osawa, who is the virus guy. He's the virus scientist. Maria, who is Osawa's daughter with the cure inside of her. I have that the right way around?
Maria has
wrong
the virus.
way around.
Okay, Maria, who has the virus.
And she's an amnesiac.
Guy whose name I don't remember, who's hanging out with Hitomi, who has the cure. Achi,
who's basically kind of like if Knuckles really cared about the environment and littering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kano, who's a detective working on the case that you may have seen today.
Yeah, I just I watched for about maybe 20 minutes before joining.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then there's Minorikawa, who's a tabloid writer.
Yeah, Minorikawa is a freelance journalist, and his interview style is to insult and demean the person until they eventually like him a lot.
And his main connection so far is that he is the only person who is not a cop who is or someone otherwise involved in the situation who has spoken with Osawa.
Yeah, and he is he's spoken with Osawa, and he has a lot of information because his scoops have led him basically into everyone else's plots. He went into the scam show and stuff. And also the guy who he's been trying to write this article for a guy, for the father of Hana, this little girl, because if he doesn't, that guy's business will completely fail, and his debtors will catch up to him. and then he'll kill himself. Because he keeps trying to kill himself. He really wants to
Is that
die.
the dude who is on the building just now?
No, the
Cool.
dude on the dude on the building just now is Minorikawa, the trench coat guy. Hang on, let me just do the time chart. Anyway, you'll see him soon, but Minorikawa is the journalist, but Toyama is an old man who really wants to kill himself. And he's apparently has died already, but that doesn't seem like it lines up with stuff that we've heard.
Yeah, I don't think that happened, but I don't know.
Yeah. And then
We'll
there's
see.
Achi, and Achi's pretty simple. He's just a guy who really cares about littering, and his sister is sick with, needs a heart transplant, but she has special X-type blood or whatever, unique blood type.
And he basically
Get it.
grabbed Hitomi Osawa and has just been spending the entire day running away from people who want to kidnap Hitomi Osawa.
And also
With her.
falling
Yeah.
in love with her.
And also he's in love with her.
Yeah, he also had a really bad breakup with like one of I think the major gangs in the area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he used to be in charge of them, and then he got out
Yeah.
in like a real messy breakup.
Yeah.
His bros feel betrayed. His bros don't love him anymore because he told them he didn't love them, even
But he
though
was
he does.
lying because
No,
he just
does.
wanted
He was
to.
lying.
Anyway, things will become more clear as you find out.
I'm
through
sure.
seeing them.
Yeah.
Minorikawa needed to get back to the editing office right away, but despite the urgency, he barely stumbled along. Oh man, this music. He was swaying on his feet, only half aware of where he was even going. No. This is all some sick joke. He just couldn't accept that Toyama was dead. He let out a lifeless sigh. A cynical smile crept onto his face. The man always did insist on having his own way. But killing himself. Back when he was still a novice reporter, Minorikawa had written a piece about a middle school girl who committed suicide. The school had made a statement denying that bullying had been a factor, and so most of the media had reported that she had suffered a nervous breakdown over entrance exams.
A period of mental illness manifesting as panic disorder, stress-induced anxiety, or the like. The term is commonly used to refer to serious health issues such as schizophrenia or bipolar disorder, manic depression, as well as the bill of more minor stresses as a part of everyday life. Because it is so broadly and vaguely defined, it is generally avoided in psychiatric contexts.
Does this happen a lot?
Oh yeah, the informational tidbits? Yeah, that's just the thing that happens in
No,
this game.
it does.
It's so... There's this thing in the chat that is ! Beatdown command, which says to mess someone up real bad with punches and kicks. Because that's the thing in the game, is that there's a tip for beatdown, and it says to mess someone up super bad, usually with punches and kicks.
We've been chasing that high this entire time, and to be fair, it's been close, but not that high.
Something about the case had kept nagging at him. Had her death really been a suicide? The more people he interviewed about the incident, the more his doubts grew. The city news editor, however, would not allow him to conduct a follow-up investigation. And the reason why was simple. This was the sort of thing that happened every day. They couldn't waste time on a case that was already on the books. It was more important for a reporter to find news stories than to squander time engrossed in a case that was old news. Norikawa understood the editor's decision well enough. But that didn't mean he had to like it. He'd been sulking up on the roof, slowly nursing a cigarette, when the paper's local news copy editor, Toyama, had happened to drop by.
At a newspaper, an employee who evaluates the quality and suitability of reporters' copy and coverage, effectively the boss of a group of reporters. However, the copy editor typically works under a section editor, who has the final say about what makes it to the page. A middle management position caught between upstart reporters and an angry section chief.
This is Usul.
Did they say no to the follow-up interviews?
No, more pathetic.
About that girl's suicide?
That good girl.
The name
That
of the girl
girl.
killed herself was Chiharu Fuyutsuki. After reading her diary, Minorikawa became convinced it was an ordinary suicide. 6 years from now, Minorikawa will run into a certain teacher, and the investigation into that student's death will be reopened. But that is a story for another time. That's funny. Just being like, hey, here's something he could do.
Yeah, I think it might be a reference to because there was a previous game before this. That's like not really a prequel. Like they're not technically related, but there's a lot of crossover. So if you see in the top left that 428 symbol, that means it's part of the story and not a real fact. But if it doesn't have that, then it's a real fact, real truth about the world. Yeah. Murkoch spilled a plume of his smoke along with his sigh. Nothing tasted quite as bad as a cigarette when he was down in the dumps.
What are you going to do?
Then let's get to work.
We will get to work. I'm not going to do anything. It's fine. I'm not going to do anything. Editor told me no.
Oh, editor said not to? You sound like a child.
The rebuff made Murakawa's temper flare. There are other interviews to do. I want to follow up on this, but there isn't any time.
You dumbass!
Toyama hauled off and hit him right across the face.
What happened to I write what I feel in my heart? That's the one thing I refuse to back down on. What happened to the guy who used to bitch at me like that?
Toyama's words hit their mark with painful precision.
The interviews aren't over until you have what you need. No. You refuse to let them be over. You got the truth no matter what anyone tells you. Isn't that what being a journalist is all about?
Nurikar scowled in chagrin. And is exactly right. Until you have what you need. Those words had stuck with Minorikawa ever since. In fact, he'd quit the paper to become a freelancer, because he couldn't do his job the way he wanted while trapped in that hierarchy. Now he wondered, what if Toyama hadn't killed himself, but had instead been the victim of a terrorist attack? But after considering the idea for a moment, he thought bitterly, so what? The reasons and the details hardly mattered at this point. What mattered was that Toyama was dead. Norikawa sat down listlessly and stared up at the sky. A blank swath of blue made him feel all the more worn out. Just what had all of the days running around been for? He felt so empty, so hollowed out by loss. All his motivation had drained away. He had no idea what he should do next.
I'm so curious if there's anything we can do to save Minorikawa, or we need someone else to do this.
Hey, Minorikawa, what should you do? Try to listen to his inner voice.
Uh-oh. Neither of these are don't kill yourself, huh? Forge ahead, I think.
I wouldn't know. I just got here.
They're literally,
Which
I
one
mean,
of
these are...
My gut is telling me A, because it's more of a personal thing in line with what he just got punched over.
Well,
whereas
that punch
B
was
is
a
just
flashback.
kind of like,
The punch was a flashback.
Oh.
But yes.
I see. Well, yeah, B feels more like, yeah, just grin and bear it, whereas A is like, No, you lost something. You gotta get it back. I have no idea though.
Sure. It's Autumn's choice. Beginner's luck. You've forgotten your passion. You need to get that back. Yeah. That was his only option, really. He needed to turn back the clock, to reclaim the fire that used to burn inside him. And he knew just how to do that.
Cigarettes.
Before he could, however, a young man stumbled across his path, taking a nasty fall on the pavement. Who the fuck
I
is
bet
this?
this is.
The youngster
Ow!
scrambled back to his feet and turned
Damn,
around a
that
cell.
hurts.
Oh, it's one of the
Oh
Yucks.
no, it's another guy. What are you looking at, pal?
Young man clutched a piece of timber like a club. There's a nasty gleam in his eyes. I'm not looking at anything. Not looking at anything. I just happen to be looking in your direction.
Shut your trap! Apologize, bitch, now!
Punk raised his cudgel. What for?
You tripped me, man! Ain't you gonna apologize for that?
Kid had stumbled all on his own, but was probably too embarrassed to admit it. Guess he's got to vent his anger at someone. Listen, kid. It's not my fault you're such a klutz.
So smug. You know, like the pedal in a car, it's got a manual transmission. Oh, that's a clutch. Okay, so then the lumps on the earth of clay, those are clods, you say. Right, so then we're talking about a sort of special get-together for coughing and such. Huh? Right, that's a clutch. Is it really when you try to fix something using stuff that isn't really meant for that purpose? That's a clutch? Okay.
Hello?
Great bit. Great bit. Thanks.
This is a
Thanks
fact.
for...
This is about the real world. That's how you can tell because it has the magnifying glass.
Here's this fact about a real world. We're doing the classic bit.
We've
I
gotten a
think-
lot of
Those
facts.
classic bits.
Reddit loves this bit.
I think this is one of those things where it's like, it's a funny joke and it's like funny because it's kind of obscure and probably makes a lot more sense in like translation maybe. I don't know. It's like,
No, this is
No,
this
this
is
is a
what
bit.
you do. I've seen this post on Tumblr plenty of times.
Yeah.
This is a
What year
classic
did this
bit.
game come out?
2008.
Okay.
The original game, yeah, came out mid-2000s, and then there was this game got re-released because it was originally on the Wii, but it got released on Steam in like 2018 with a new stuff. Listen, kid, it's not my fault you're such a klutz.
The hell you just say to me? You got a death wish, pal?
With a murderous glare, Punk advanced on it, brandishing his weapon. Hey!
I think A is the Minorikawa.
A is
attack.
really the... Is it fun, hitting people with that thing? The corner of the punk's mouth curled up.
Oh yeah, real fun. Only a dumbass beats people with their bare hands. You just wind up hurting your fists. If you're gonna enjoy some violence, you gotta have yourself a weapon.
Uh-huh. I see. In that case, maybe you give it a rest with that stick, yeah?
Huh? What for?
The punk scowled in irritation. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying there have to be better weapons than that. Something that could take a man down in a single blow. Like the Demon Blade. The kid stopped to consider
Like a pipe?
Minorikawa's words for a moment.
Uh-huh. I get ya. Yeah, you might be right about that. And I think I have just the thing. May as well go with my usual.
He tossed away the piece of wood on the side of the road.
Don't you go anywhere till I get back. Got it?
Yeah, sure thing.
Oh my god.
Minorikawa watched as the punk headed back the way he'd come. Man, What a dumbass. Looking around, he spotted a taxi parked close by.
Oh
Yes!
no,
Yes!
yeah!
But like him in the shadow, the taxi in the light. This taxi man has taken Minorikawa around like multiple times, blindingly fast to get to places, and they have a really homoerotic relationship.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was Kimizuka.
Do you need a ride, sir?
Kimizuka asked, all politeness as he opened the back door.
If you're heading to that publishing office again, I can get you there in 10 minutes.
Kimizuka's driving was as smooth as always. He wove his way skillfully through a series of back streets.
There was
There's-
some big explosion earlier. The main roads are all gridlocked.
Yeah, I was there when it happened.
Oh wow, really?
I should turn you up a bit. So.
I'm glad to see you're not hurt then. Still, what a terrible thing. That minivan. I hear someone was inside when it exploded. I'm not sure if you were aware.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Oh, nothing gets past a reporter like you, I see.
Kimizuka flashed Minorikawa an approving smile through the rearview mirror.
How much have you heard then? Rumor has it the person who died was a middle-aged man.
Oh. Huh.
We taxi drivers tend to hear quite a bit ourselves.
Kimizuka chuckled, but Minorikawa just cast his eyes down forlornly.
Wonder why. You look tired, sir.
Yeah. I guess so. His reply is barely audible. Suddenly, someone rushed out into the street right in front of the cab.
Yeah!
Look out! I don't know who that is.
It was
Oh no!
probably-
Oh no!
Whoa!
There was a heavy thunk as a taxi crashed into the pedestrian.
Whoa!
That's bad. Screeching to a halt, Kimizuka and Minorikawa jumped out of the vehicle to find a young man splayed out on the
You
street.
just killed Aichi. Hey! You alright?
Oh my god. The fallen pedestrian was practically still a kid, and he wasn't moving. Oh my god, Archie fucking dies.
We have to look. To be fair, Hitomi's not with him right now. Wait, you're just
No,
leaving
so-
before the bad end?
No, I was just looking at, like, okay, so there's still a while until Minorikawa tries to kill himself.
No, if you see the bad end, he's not doing it anymore. The bad end's away.
Oh, true, you're right. Kimizuka hunkered down and jostled his shoulder, then his expression stiffened in alarm. Minorikawa checked the young man's pulse, but couldn't detect any heartbeat.
Holy shit! Oh no, this is.
Tears began to well up in his eyes. Minorikawa turned to him in surprise. You knew him?
I did.
Wait, they know each other?
I'm sorry, but you'll have to find yourself another taxi. I'm going to turn myself in to the police.
Looking down at the boy's unmoving form, Minorikawa felt a pang of guilt. No, I'm the one who's been asking you to drive around so recklessly.
That's
all
not
day.
how it works.
This is
This
on
is how
me
it
too.
works.
No, it's not.
But this is how it works.
I'll go with you to the cops. Two men decided to head to the station together to surrender themselves. There probably wouldn't be time to work on writing articles while they were being interrogated. That was just how it'd have to be. This was the right thing to do. Norikawa just had to keep telling himself that, knowing that it was the truth.
Well, alright, well, good news is we've solved Kano's situation.
Yeah.
However, now Minorikawa's in an Aichi situation.
Yeah, maybe let's go to Achi and see what's up with that, because I feel like Autumn should meet Achi. I feel like that's
Yeah.
important.
Drinking some water.
FMV! FMV! Achi could hear ambulance and police sirens wailing on the main road. He looked down at Hitomi, slumped on a park bench beside him.
You're sure you're not hurt?
Offering her a bottle of water. I'm okay. Hitomi took a sip from the bottle. Thanks. I think I've managed to calm down some. Some of the color had finally returned to her face.
So, inside that minivan.
I left my other water bottle.
But it blew up. Maria wasn't in there. There was relief in her voice, but also a note of pathos. I got a look in through the windshield. There was a man laid out in the back seat, but nobody else. A dark cloud lifted from Achi's face.
So, it wasn't your sister?
No, I didn't see his face. Just that he was wearing a business suit. Achi felt the tension ebbing from his body.
That's good then. Then it wasn't her. I'd been worried.
He was ashamed about the poor devil who had been killed, though. Who was it, and why had he been there?
So, I guess now we're out of leads.
Cathode says, it's really hard to tell when you're sidebarring or what's actual dialogue. That's funny, and fair enough. Sometimes that's the streamer's trick, is that if you're just listening to the stream, we'll play a funny prank on you and make you think of the game is different. Shaking her head.
We could try the surveillance center again, for now. It'll probably give us better odds of finding your sister than just walking around.
I guess you're right. Shall we, then?
Hold on.
Audrey had a sudden flash of inspiration.
My house is a lot closer from here. Maybe I should ask my dad if we can check the cameras from home.
You can do that?
We have the same system in our house. I'm sure my dad will let us use them.
The two got up and headed for Indo Electronics.
Didn't we hear something about that?
Yeah, I remember hearing something about that, but I don't remember what it was. Achi decided to let his father know they were coming. He turned on his phone as they walked along. He had it off for a while, so first he checked his voicemail. There was one message. Wondering who might have called, he played it back. Who wants to be the doctor telling Achi that his sister is dead? Who wants to do that?
Is this Achi Endo's personal cell phone? This is Dr. Saeki from Shibuya Central Hospital.
Saichi Saeki, heart specialist and Suzude's attending physician. a preeminent surgeon who has successfully performed the Batista procedure, wherein the left ventricle is reconstructed after a third of it has been removed.
That's called the Batista procedure.
You can't be naming medical procedures like they're fighting game moves.
He successfully performed the Dragon Punch procedure. Hachi's expression stiffened. He pressed the phone closer to his ear.
There's been a sudden change in Suzune's condition. I tried calling her home as well, but got no answer.
Hachi felt the edges of his vision growing dim.
As her brother, it would be good if you can come to the hospital as soon as possible. It's...
Hachi? Hitomi's voice was full of concern.
Sorry. I just gotta make a call here.
Fingers trembling, Hachi dialed his house. The phone rang several times before switching over to the answering machine. Damn it. Oh, it's Hachi.
Damn it! Where the hell are you, Dad?
What's wrong?
It's Susan. It sounds like things have gone pretty bad.
Well, then we need to get to the hospital right away. She sounded as anxious as Hachi was.
You can't go yet.
Hachi shook his head quietly.
First, we have to save your sister.
Hitomi bristled angrily at that. What are you talking about? She grabbed Hachi by the arm and shook him. Right now, you need to be thinking about your sister.
I can't. I made a promise to Suzune. A promise to help people and see things through the end when something important is on the line.
He struggled to get the words out.
If I break that promise, then I really am no good to her.
But Hitomi didn't look like she was going to back down. Boy, get back here! Hachi looked around, startled, saw a boy about high school age bolting out from behind a building on a side street. Several slightly older young men were hot on his heels. Hachi knew their faces all too well. They were all members of SOS. They caught their car just before he could make it out on the main road. Gotcha, newbie! So the kid they were after must have been a member, too. Yakuza voices for sale. Free Yakuza voices.
Let me go!
Yeah,
Oh, that's
We both
just-
tried to do like a different flavor of pathetic.
But you had the texture to it. You really nailed it.
Oh, we'll let you
Oh,
go,
we'll-
alright. Oh, you can do that.
After you pay up!
One of the young men snatched the boy by the collar, shoved him against the wall of a nearby building.
Ow! What are you talking about?
Playing dumb, huh? So,
We told you that members all have to pay monthly dues, yeah? The privilege of getting to call yourself SOS don't come free, after all.
Hachi felt his blood boil. SOS was trying to pull a shakedown on this new kid under the guise of pulling his dues. Slang for extortion. A full-fledged crime. Naturally, the direct shakedown, give me all your money, punk, is quite unpleasant, but more roundabout ways of being shaken down can still leave a bad taste in one's mouth. Someone who was surrounded on the street by 8 people in pompadours who had said, Begging your pardon, but could you please hand over your money? Might suffer no physical harm, but would still be the victim of a shakedown.
My pompadour specifically.
It's their delinquents.
Because that's how you know they're a punk.
Yeah. It would have been unthinkable for them to do something like this back when Archie was running the show. Archie used to be the head of SOS.
Oh.
Yeah. He founded it.
It was basically like a good boy gang
Yeah,
for doing good boy things.
Yeah, good boy gang for doing good things.
Hey, let the kid go.
He marched toward the group. Say, what now? They turned to look, their faces immediately going pale. Oh, hey, Archie.
Let him go.
Archie focused his glare on the fellow holding the kid until he released his grip.
You guys always go around doing stuff like this?
None of the gang members answered. They merely turned their gazes glumly to the ground.
Hey, since when have they been doing this?
But of course, he realized, there was no way the newbie would be able to tell him.
Never mind. You can go.
Archie gestured towards the main road. The boy was quick to run off. Archie waited until the boy was gone before turning back to the others.
Does Susumu know that you're going around collecting dues like this?
Man, we don't gotta tell you that. Not since you deserted.
What'd you just say?
Archie leaned in close, hitting right in the guy's face. He was met with a defiant sneer. This ain't the old SOS anymore. Not the old SOS. Archie felt back to the other gang member he'd run into earlier, the malicious gleam in his eyes. That guy. Pretty sure he said his name was Kiryu? Back when Archie had been with SOS, he'd never have let a guy like that get away with acting all high and mighty. Now, it seemed like all these young fellows were ready to follow suit, eager to take him down a peg. You're old news, pal. Someone who's not Soul. Soul's already doing Archie.
Ain't your business to tell us how to do things.
Okay. Archie felt a confusing flood of anger and sadness that he couldn't quite control.
I'm not messing around here, you guys.
He grabbed the nearest punk by the collar and hefted him up in the air.
Nice.
Because
Classic move.
there's not more important things going on right now.
Yeah,
That's
Archie's
the classic Yakuza move.
Archie is really a, like, blinders on all the time. What's directly in front of him is what's happening. Nothing else is relevant.
Look, to be fair, this is a really good thing. This is the kind of thing that I could see being a good, like, well, I don't want to think about the thing with my sister right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I can do this.
And someone shouted from behind him, "Hey, what are you doing?" Oh no, that's not Hitomi. That's some
another
guy. Oh, it's Susumu. I think
It's Susumu. That's Susumu.
I think this is like Echo? I don't remember.
So much is fucking happening in this hour already.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's tense.
It wants to be Susumu, who's Archie's ex-boyfriend.
So it can't be me. Is the basic stipulation.
Seems like I'm being volunteered by omission.
I mean, I could do
Mine.
it if you don't want to.
Mind telling me just what's going on here, Archie?
Susumu flashed his underlings a sharp glare. They immediately took their heels. I feel like the underlings are the less important part of this.
I need to talk to Susumu. We need to talk with Susumu.
That's what the hell was going on with SOS. Archie needed to talk to Susumu.
I asked what was going on here.
There's a threatening note in Susumu's voice. This guy's hair is so 2008.
Oh, hang on. Let me try that again with a threatening note. I asked what was going on here.
Did you, like, squeak there?
Discord
You
just turned that into a little...
You just went, like, I asked, what was going on
That was
here?
my threatening note.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's what I want to know.
What the? This is you, Archie.
What the hell's happening to SOS, man?
Susumu's face twisted with displeasure.
You're an outsider. That's none of your business.
I love this fucking fish island.
I don't give a damn if it's my business or not. When I left you in charge of SOS,
You shut your damn mouth. Yeah, that's right. You left me in charge. So don't you dare give me any lip now about how I run things.
His sudden ferocity left Archie at a loss for words.
You're not the one busting your ass out here. I am.
Susumu stalked toward Archie, his face red with emotion.
I've had to work so hard to keep things going with you gone. Do you have any idea what it's been like?
Fuck, I accidentally hit the autoplay button again.
You know what I've had to put myself through to keep his SOS together?
There was nothing Archie could say to that. He just kept his mouth shut and let Susumu talk.
You were gone.
Fuck.
Autoplay disabled.
I don't remember what SOS actually stands for.
I thought maybe I could do things like you did.
something of Shibuya, I think.
Sons of Shibuya, that's it. I think so, I think that. All at once, Susumu seemed to deflate a little. He hung his head, hiding his face.
And if I couldn't be like you, then...
Hey man, I get it. And I'm sorry.
But Susumu kept his face averted.
Please.
No, that's Susumu.
Oh, that's Susumu, yeah.
Oh, please. Stay out of our business.
He does seem a little bit like he doesn't want to say that
Yeah,
in that picture to me.
yeah. Then he turned on his heel and headed off without looking back. Archie watched him leave, feeling a painful sting. He gave up that gay boy life.
Sad it.
So sad.
Archie? Tomi asked after Susumu was gone. Are you sure you're okay with leaving things like this? Archie shrugged heavily.
Susumu said he's doing what he can. It's not my place to butt in.
He turned his back on Hitomi. He still needed a moment. Hachi, you're being unreasonable.
About what?
He felt like he'd been wounded to his very core. Wasn't sure what to do about it. You want to help people who are in trouble, right?
Yeah. I guess.
Well, I'm in a whole lot of trouble right now.
Yeah. I know.
No, Archie, you don't. Toei's tone is clipped and firm. Please, go to your sister.
What are you talking about? That doesn't matter now.
Yes, it does. Tomi's shout stopped him in his tracks. Achi, right now, the thing I'm having the most trouble with is that you won't go to the hospital. Don't you get it? How can I possibly be happy with you helping me if you have to sacrifice your own sister to do it?
Is him going to the hospital really going to save his sister?
Well, it's better than him ignoring her completely.
I guess.
Yeah, it's either like... Yeah, it's definitely bad if he doesn't go to the hospital, because she probably dies. Hachi couldn't answer that, and he knew it. Please, go to the hospital. I'm asking you to, and I'm definitely someone in trouble, so it doesn't count as breaking your promise, right?
I appreciate that.
I feel like, yeah, don't be stubborn, man. I think they should both drop by the hospital.
Yeah.
That's the only way we'll find out about this blood theory of Riley's.
Yeah.
So yeah. How about we drop by the hospital for a bit?
Emotions Achi had been trying to hide now came welling to the surface.
We'll go see Suzune, and after that, we can go look for your sister. Would that be okay with you?
That would be more than okay with me. And at long last, Hitomi smiled at him.
Aww.
Back in sync with each other, Achi and Hitomi headed to the hospital. Does it keep out? Or is it just that was just a long scene transition. Shibuya Central Hospital is one of the foremost general hospitals in Japan, outfitted with top-notch medical facilities and staffed by highly skilled personnel. Individuals like Suzune with rare blood types are sent to the hospital from far and wide because of its cutting-edge hematology center.
The hospital division that deals with blood. Its goal is to provide high-end care to patients with blood disorders, including blood screening, treatments, transfusions, the management and supply of blood products, and other related services.
Achi asked Hitomi to stay in the waiting area while he headed on into the hospital proper. From the visitor's entrance, he passed by the nurse's station, then entered the cardiovascular medicine section and walked along a row of examination rooms.
The cardiovascular system includes the heart, as well as various blood vessels that circulate blood throughout the body. Cardiovascular medicine deals with heart and blood issues such as agnia, heart attacks, heart failure, irregular pulse, blood, and the like.
He walked by the first room as quietly as possible, catching sight of a mother and daughter sitting together in chairs in the hallway. Mother was crying softly. Oh, Takia, he's only 15. The name Takia didn't ring a bell. It was the only 15 that got a reaction out of Achi. Only 15. Couldn't imagine anything good coming after that. To be
When
cruelly
his parents
taken
built a
away
very
when
strange
one was still
machine.
Achi could feel the woman's pain as deeply as his own. To have your son turned into some sort of strange phantom. When he reached Suzune's room, Dr. Sayaki, the attending physician, explained her condition. The doctor did his best to keep his explanation simple, but Achi was too worked up to process much of what he said. He did manage to wrap his head around a few things. At around 10 o'clock that morning, Suzune had had a seizure. That's like when the game starts. For a while it had been touch and go, but finally her condition had stabilized. However, since she hadn't regained consciousness yet, she wasn't allowed any visitors. That was the gist, as far as Achi could tell. This is you, Autumn.
What's your father doing today? Sorry, I got distracted by the way this doctor looks.
Yeah, he's kind of doing a face.
He's kind of giving Adam Sandler a little bit.
Oh.
I've been holding it in this whole time, but Connor really reminds me of Niels Tesariga. And I think about it every time I see his face. But it's not relevant right now, because we're not playing Sim. Nachi wasn't sure what to tell him. It was certainly odd. There was no way his father wouldn't have rushed right to the hospital if he'd heard Susanne had taken a turn for the worse.
I'll give you a call once she's woken up. For now, you can head on home for the day. Wait, didn't he call and be like, "Hey, come by"?
Yeah, you have to come to the hospital.
No, he called to try to get into contact with us because he couldn't get in contact with us in the home.
Yeah, that was a voicemail, so that was probably earlier when it was touch and go.
Yeah.
I see.
All
I
right.
didn't realize that was a voicemail.
Please keep a close eye on her, Doctor.
Somberly, Hachi went to find Hitomi in the waiting area. Oh no. Oh no. Outpatient reception had closed for the day, leaving the hospital quiet. His footsteps echoed softly in the corridors. Then as he walked along, a peculiar sound drew his attention. It had come from over by the base of a nearby stairwell. Hachi took a peek around the corner. Oh shit!
Hey guys.
I love
see.
the shadow.
Hey,
the
Hey, what's
shadow
up,
of
Jack Stanley and Kanan?
Jack Stanley, Kanan, and the Moon Man. The sight that greeted him nearly made him gasp aloud. In the dim light up ahead, he saw Kanan. She had some white guy pressed up against the wall, a knife to his throat. I love how everyone just calls Jack Stanley White Man. There's a guy named Jack Stanley who's an American detective.
FBI agent.
Yeah,
Right.
agent. Hachi quickly yanked his head back out of view. Could it be? Was this the man Kanan said she was after? Hachi had to resist the urge to go charging out there. Some amateur heading in half-cocked might well be more of a liability to Kanan than any sort of help. He heard her mutter something to the man in English. Last time we had people talking in English, Soul spoke in Spanish, but that was just because Soul was doing Jack Stanley's voice. So
Yeah.
Echo, do you want to do English, Kanan?
Or
I know you can't.
or
How
just
do I-
normal Kanan.
Just normal Kanan also works.
What was my freaking candid voice? It was like.
It was just like cool girl.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna do Kanan's English voice.
Oh no.
Okay. No. Bad.
Because you can't understand it because it's in English.
Well, apparently Hachi knows English, which is actually not uncommon because a lot of
Okay,
Japanese people
translation.
speak English.
No, oh, Gamer Quoter is going that is saying that this is actually Aichi remembering what Alfar was saying.
Not sure. She's in fact muttering. She's whispering to Jack Stanley. That was established.
We know nothing
No, it
about
says he had no
Alphard's
idea what they
background,
meant.
nationality, sex, age.
Hachi could just barely make out the words, but it was all in English. He had no idea what they meant.
Oh, so he doesn't know.
Badagu. We.
Okay, no, wait, they were speaking English.
We do know that
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
slang.
Connections to like.
Slang for U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, headquartered in Langley, Virginia. Similar to referring to the Japanese government as Nagatacho. the CIA's other nicknames, including the Company, the Agency, the Second Government, the Invisible Government, and the Coup Makers.
The coup makers?
Funny.
That's what they do.
I mean, it's true.
They do that,
That's
but
true.
I've never heard
That's-
them referred to as that.
That's a really
mean, I could
whimsical name
definitely-
for that really fucked up thing they do.
I could definitely see that being how they get referred to in other countries.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Archie peeked out again, very cautiously, in time to see the man raise an eyebrow at Kanan's words. This is Jack Stanley's English voice.
Interesting. That doesn't mean you need to threaten me at knife point, though.
Okay.
Flash
not
Earth
doing-
and Smile.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh,
It was a funny
right.
bit, but I don't blame you.
Okay. Just dropping the bit so that I had to look like an idiot. I see how it is.
As though that was not true when you were fucking babbling incoherently.
It does, actually. Because I happen to know that you're a CIA agent.
Technically known as officers, the CIA refers to its own spies as agents. Someone in charge of directing agents is called a case officer. Case officers are stationed at embassies across the world in the public guise of diplomats, soldiers, and the like.
I just remembered that Autumn. There's a bunch of Twin Peaks references in this game. I just need you to
okay.
know. This game has the base of the criminals is called the Black Lodge. There's a
Great.
building that Achi and Hitomi hide in for a bit that was called the Log Lady. There was there's a guy just named Leyland Palmer.
Okay.
Who's like a character who's like Hitomi's like university professor. His name's Leyland Palmer, and he's just a character in this game. No sooner were Kanan's words out than the man grabbed her arm and tried to hurl her against the wall. Just before her head connected, though, she jackknifed her upper body forward, then planted both feet against the wall and kicked off with tremendous force. She used her momentum to launch herself forward, regaining her position with her knife against the man's throat. But during its brief opening, the man had managed to draw a gun from inside his jacket. Now the barrel was pressed right against Kanan's heart.
Well,
Achi swallowed the lump in his throat. Kanan? Echo?
How about we call a truce?
She withdrew her knife.
yeah. Sounds like you and me are both after the same thing.
The man likewise lowered his gun. With a faint smile, Kanan turned her back on him and vanished down the adjacent stairwell. Achi had no idea what had just happened. They'd stopped fighting, though, so this guy probably wasn't Kanan's mastermind after all. If only Achi spoke a little English, he might have been able to follow their conversation. Yeah, that's not uncommon for Japanese people to know English, but Achi is...
Achi doesn't.
He's not that kind of guy.
He didn't know anything what they were saying.
He found himself wishing he'd taken school more seriously. When he looked again, he saw that the man, too, had disappeared. Hitomi stood up from her chair as Achi hurried into the waiting area. How's Suzune?
For now, she's not in any immediate danger, they said.
That's good to hear.
But more importantly, Kanan was here just now.
What? Why?
I'm not sure. I'm not smart enough to figure that out.
I don't know any English. Achi slumped his shoulders. Huh? What? Not quite sure what you mean.
Exactly. I couldn't understand anything she was saying.
Hell, he couldn't even figure out how to get through to Hitomi. The voice spoke unexpectedly from behind Achi. This is probably Jack Stanley.
Oh, fuck.
His breath caught in his throat as he turned around. Standing there was the man Kanan had been struggling with.
What's up?
He tried to sound as nonchalant as possible.
I wish
The man
Troke
looking
was
at
here.
Achi. Yeah, Troka does a great Jack Stanley.
It's the only good one. You're Hitomi Osawa. Is that right?
Yes.
Hey, keep your distance.
He stepped protectively in front of Hitomi. This is Achi? Yeah.
This guy, he's not what he looks like.
Huh? Achi said... I think if we mention Kanan, he might mention, like, he might know that we're in the state, like... I don't think B... B sounds like a great way to get Achi punched in the head. Like...
But maybe he has to get punched in the head.
I feel like that... I don't know. I'm voting for A. What's the feeling?
Alright.
I agree. I agree with A.
Okay. Thanks, Natalie. It's Achi.
This might be the person Kanan was warning us about. Oh ho! You know Kanan, do you?
The man spoke without changing his facial expression.
She let a few things slip herself. Look, who the hell are you?
The man calmly reached into his jacket pocket. Fearing he might be about to draw his gun, Achi braced for action.
My name is Jack Stanley. I'm a security assistance officer with the U.S. Embassy.
Achi held back his punch as the man held out his ID card. Diplomats are issued diplomatic passports and diplomatic ID cards by their home governments. Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs also issues its own form of diplomatic identification card. The CIA provides such identification to its operatives working overseas to help maintain their false identities.
Embassy?
What did someone from the U.S. Embassy want with me?
You're being targeted by a dangerous criminal.
Did they blow up any more cars? Nullcasting asks. No.
Nope.
Jack Stanley and Kanan talked for a bit and then decided that they're working to the same goal, it seems. And what else happened? Achi's sister is okay for the moment. Achi and Susumu had a gay boys moment. Achi has not been hit with a car yet. Which is good.
For a bit is an interesting way to say threatening each other's lives with a knife and a gun.
You're being targeted
Yeah,
by a
that's how it
dangerous
goes.
criminal. I'm here to take you into protective custody.
When one of you is a CIA agent and one of you is an assassin, I feel like that's just kind of the
Yeah,
natural
I
way
guess
that
so.
conversations go.
Custody?
Achi's temper flared.
Buzz off, pal. We're busy here. Busy searching for Maria Osawa.
Achi and Hitomi exchanged glances.
I know the full details of the trouble you currently find yourselves in. Well, alright then. Then you should know we don't have time to get taken into custody. I'm afraid you don't understand the situation we're dealing with. We're up against a dangerous international criminal here. Taking reckless action is only going to put her life in danger. Don't be a fool. This is no time to play the knight in shining armor.
Then Achi said, hey. Achi was infuriated, but he couldn't think of a comeback. After all, it was true that Hitomi had run into danger time and again while she was with him. But I'm already safe. I'm only here right now because Achi has been protecting me. She eyed Stanley sharply. I've got Achi with me. I don't need your protection. Achi felt a surge of pride that practically brought tears to his eyes. If Hitomi would have let him, he'd have given her an enormous hug. Stanley grimaced in resignation.
All right. In that case, how about I join your search for Maria? Oh God, I hope no. I can help keep you safe that way instead.
I don't know. Hitomi grabbed hold of Achi's sleeve. The Stanley fellow didn't have the most trustworthy face, Achi thought. He's white. He realized
white.
He realized that he might be biased after being chased around by foreigners all day.
Yeah.
After all, if this guy really were after Hitomi, he'd probably have already made a show of force. Not only did he have a gun on him, he was sufficiently skilled in martial arts to hold his own against Kano. He'd have no trouble taking down a single unarmed opponent like Achi.
Hitomi, I get the impression this Stanley guy's not our enemy right now.
Hitomi gave a slight nod. All right. I trust your judgment on this, Achi. Okay, if Achi, Stanley, and Hitomi are going to be paired up, someone else needs to take over Jack Stanley because Sol cannot keep talking to herself for the sake of her longevity of speech. So, who wants to be Jack Stanley? I'm Hitomi. I could be Jack Stanley, but...
Now then, what's the plan from here?
Okay, good.
Not wandering aimlessly around town, I hope?
Jack Stanley's character traits are that he's white. He's a white man. He's a white American man from CIA, and his name is Jack Stanley. His two white first names. There's a trace of snideness in his voice.
You can just keep your mouth shut. We can wander our town all day if we feel like it.
Who could play that snarky game? He thought to himself. Also, yeah, I agree. No, it's very good that Jack Stanley's like, well, I guess I can't take you into custody, so I'll just hang out with you. Poor Hitomi looked distressed.
Very well. If that's what you want, I can stay quiet. But first, I need to inform the police that I have Miss Osawa in my custody.
Wait, hold on. That isn't a good idea. Stanley inclined his head.
Why is that?
Well, since you already seem to know most of this story, Hitomi quickly explained the kidnapper's threat and described the search for the minivan. Stanley remained quiet, listening with obvious interest.
I see. I don't see. Still, when that minivan exploded, didn't that make your promise to the kidnappers a moot point?
Basically, she was told by the kidnappers to go and find a blue minivan, which was a trap. because it was
Yeah.
she was being led there to something. It was a trap. Hitomi nodded. I suppose it did, didn't it?
Let me just ask one more question. Columbo moment. Do either of you know a detective by the name of Tateno?
No, we haven't run into any detectives.
Yeah, exactly. The only folks we seen run into are guys who are after Hitomi.
I see.
A grim expression crossed Stanley's face.
Right. I'm going to get in touch with the investigation task force. I'll have them contact your parents for you. Would you mind speaking with them so they can confirm it's really you?
Sure, alright. Stanley got on his wireless and described the current circumstances to the police.
Well, that's good for Osawa, I think.
Yeah. I think this is Dr. Sayaki?
Mr. Endo, hold on.
Suddenly, Dr. Sayaki appeared, running down the hallway.
There's something I forgot to tell you. Regarding your father.
Oh?
Achi got a sinking feeling.
I got a call from him yesterday afternoon. And he asked me something rather odd.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Oh my god.
Preparations for a transplant. Wait, I don't know if this is the doctor.
No, this is the doctor.
I'm sorry, I'm not entirely sure I understand what you're asking.
Sayaki clutched the receiver. Daisuke Endo's brooding tone is more than a little disturbing.
No, it's... Alright, this is all just difficult to talk about, Doctor. Please, forget I said anything. There's just one important thing I wanted to let you know.
Yes?
There's going to be a brain-dead woman coming your way. Probably around 9 o'clock this evening, I expect.
What?
That's extremely worrying.
Her blood type is Bombay.
Huh? Why does
Huh?
Achi's dad? Who is this?
Huh?
Bombay was the extremely rare blood type that Endo's daughter, Suzune, possessed. Any transplant donor for Suzune would also need to have the Bombay blood type.
Since she has the same blood type as Suzune, the transplant itself isn't an issue. The only thing I'm concerned about is whether the procedure can be done within the limited time window. I hate to trouble you by just cold because I think we best prepare for the surgery as soon as possible.
The more Sayaki heard, the more disturbed he grew. Felt like he was listening to this man go on about some strange delusion.
Doctor, please just take good care of Suzune.
With that, Endo hung up.
Hey, Aichi, what's your dad doing today?
Achi kept quiet as he listened to Dr. Sayaki tell his story. This is the doctor.
Of course, that was yesterday, and I still haven't heard anything about a brain-dead girl turning up. After all, only God would know when someone would wind up in a state of brain death. But still, there was just something very strange about what your father said. It was as if he was certain that someone was going to wind up brain dead, or...
Just stop right there!
Stanley and Hitomi turned in surprise. They were still in the middle of their wireless call to the police.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to imply that your father would hurt anyone. What I'm worried about is your father's mental state and...
No! That's not it!
His own words from earlier spun within his head.
So long as we have these cameras, this guy has nowhere to run.
What? Security cameras.
Eka?
Yeah,
I'm sure this is the place.
the man with the cane. He'd been on the phone with someone.
I can't believe that like Aichi is like
He's figuring things
actually
out.
figured something out. That's insane to me. I wasn't expecting that from him.
It was just a coincidence. It couldn't be true. Achi searched desperately for some other explanation. That was it. Anyone from the downtown committee could have used the camera monitoring room. But yeah, because Tadano has just known where they've been this whole time. He
Yeah.
keeps showing up and knowing where they are.
Yeah.
Is he fucking working with their dad? Because Hitomi has her blood type?
It just has nothing else to do with the other shit going on with Hitomi.
Yeah, no one's been by to check today. Nothing wrong with a little nap, yeah?
I'm like 99% sure that Hitomi is Bombay blood type because Hitomi, at an earlier point, when finding out about Achi's sister, was like, listen, if you found someone who had Bombay blood and they were like, would you, like, what would you do to, like, if you found someone who could willing transplant, what would you do? And Achi was like, I would do anything. And it's like, okay,
And
would you sacrifice this girl?
other structural things are like Hitomi and Maria not being completely identical twins genetically.
Yeah, having different blood types.
Being a thing that's been brought up multiple times.
Mhm.
The fact that the man with the cane was actively searching for Hitomi and not Maria and doesn't care about Maria, even though he knows about the kidnapping?
Yeah. Also, Achi, like, Hitomi, Tadano, the guy who's trying to kill Hitomi, is saying that it's for Achi's own good.
Oh, yeah.
No dice. No one from downtown had been by the surveillance room today. It couldn't be. It couldn't.
Couldn't be. Couldn't.
Achi began to tremble. Is something the matter? Achi, you're pale as a ghost. Achi gazed beseechingly back into her face. With just one simple question, he could clear this whole thing up. Oh my god. Oh no, yeah, please.
Yep,
Tell me I'm
here we
overthinking
go.
this. He prayed inwardly before asking.
Hitomi, would you mind telling me your blood type?
Why do you ask?
Please. Just tell me.
I have a sort of weird blood type. It's called Bombay. Pulled it. Pulled shot. Who's right? I was right. Fucking 5 streams ago, I called it. The last piece of the puzzle fell into place. There was no longer any room for doubt. Achi found himself facing a sad and painful truth.
The doctor is just there.
Why?
He really is just
Why?
fucking standing there. With an anguished scream, Achi punched the wall as hard as he could. But his fist still didn't hurt as much as his heart.
Oh, that's such a good line. Dad. Why?
Oh my god, that's just
Oh, wow, that
that's
was the whole
Achi's hour. Yep. Cool. No bad end on Achi. Holy shit.
We didn't hit any of the bad ends. We just solved everything. Well,
Well, he didn't
Well.
get hit by a car now.
Yeah.
yeah, he didn't get hit by a car now.
I would like
He's
to
just
Power of a brass horn
sad.
with the nuances of a woodwind instrument.
It's really funny also that Jack Stanley's just also in this scene.
Yeah. So, yeah. So I guess Achi's dad is helping Tadano find Hitomi to kill her, to render her brain dead, so that they can do a heart transplant. And also, Tadano presumably has his own reasons, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, the funniest thing here is that, like, Aichi doesn't know Tatano,
Yeah.
but his dad does?
Yeah, that's the weird part. Okay, do we want to... I think we should do Minorikawa before we do Maria, because I don't want to... Soul was, like, doing a lot of talking there. I don't know how you feel,
Sure.
Soul, but... Also, Kano's freed from his bad end, so...
Yeah. Hey, it looks like Kano has a short chapter unless the fucking scenes really pile up at the end. Oh no, Achi's just ends like fucking before 40
Yeah.
minutes. Shit.
Let's do Minorikawa.
Hey, what the hell could we have done that would have made, Minorikawa and his taxi friend run over Aichi?
I have no idea. Oh, probably run after the delinquents.
Oh! Yeah, I guess. That would have been stupid, man.
How do I, like, skip red stuff again?
I don't
Here we
remember.
go.
We're back. You look tired, sir.
Yeah. I guess so. His reply was barely audible. The taxi stopped outside of Heaven Publishing. Norikawa left a 1,000 yen bill on the seat and exited the cab.
You don't have to keep paying him! You already gave him way more money!
He was stumbling his way toward the building when someone called
He
out.
probably doesn't have to work all week because of you.
Mr. Minorikawa.
Isn't that grind?
Oh, fuck! It's Osawa!
Oh fuck!
Norikawa didn't recognize the man now idling his sedan at the curb. When he took a closer look, he realized it was Kenji Osawa.
We can keep out!
We broke the keep out.
Well, I'll do that later. Oh, Mr. Osawa. Sorry, but I haven't been able to look into that thing you asked about yet. I see. That's quite alright. Osawa looked pale and haggard. Norikawa's reporter sense started tingling. This guy is the key to something. He recalled what he'd heard the detective and his buddy talking about back at the scene of the explosion. Roughly 8 hours ago, they infected Maria Osawa with the UA virus. If we don't administer Kenji Osawa's antiviral before she develops symptoms... You're caught up in something big, aren't you? How do you know that? Because I'm Minoru Minorikawa. Osawa rolled his eyes. Well, that'll make this simpler, I guess. Get in. I'll tell you everything. Minorikawa hesitated. This might be his big chance to land a beyond incredible scoop. Yet it felt like it was too late to matter. Still, landing a major story, selling out an issue of 4-star journal gossip, and putting Heaven Publishing on the road to solvency. All that was the least he could do in Toyama's memory. You don't drop a story until you have what you need. Maybe it was too late to save Toyama. But Minorikawa got in the car.
Hell yeah!
Fuck yes. Bros.
Yeah!
Asawa's tale was beyond anything Minoru had imagined. So, they send you threatening emails, devise a plan to kidnap your daughter in order to get the antiviral, and now that that's failed, they're turning to bioterrorism. Finally, Minoru was able to flesh out the story behind the conversation he'd overheard earlier. And as he did, he could feel a growing sense of exhilaration. So basically, they're now effectively holding all the people in Shibuya hostage and demanding the antiviral. Is that it? Before Osawa could answer, a new idea occurred to Minoru. Wait, hold on. Why didn't they just start by holding the whole city hostage? Why did they need to go through all the trouble of kidnapping your daughter? I don't know. Perhaps they wanted the ransom money? For a mere 50 million yen? I can't imagine international terrorists bothering for that much. You can't know how terrorists think. Let's just assume, though. Could there be some other reason they abducted your daughter? Osawa didn't reply. He was probably too preoccupied with finding a way to save his infected daughter to think about anything else. Still, something about the course of events didn't quite add up to Minoru. But whatever the case, if the criminals were after this antiviral, then sticking with Osawa ought to bring him closer to the truth. Minoru was still mulling that over when they arrived at the laboratory. The two men hopped out of the car and were immediately rushed by a pair of security guards, who subdued them in a matter of moments. Hey! What the hell is this? Unhand me. I'm Keiji Osawa. This is my lab. But evidently, that didn't matter to the guards. Another man emerged from the building. He and Osawa exchanged a few brief words. Judging from the tone of the conversation, this is someone who outranked Osawa at the company. It's a board member.
I think this is just
Take
the... Take him away.
As the newcomer looked on, the guards dragged Osawa into the building. Hey! Minoru shouted at the man as he began to walk away. Don't you know what's going to happen to Shibuya? Don't you care? If you just stand by and let the people of this city die, Okoji Pharmaceutical is going to be held responsible. The man stopped in his tracks. And if that happens, you'll be ruined personally, too. You know I'm right.
That will be up for the police to decide.
You're going to regret this. Don't be a fool! Minoru's resolve was unwavering. His pen would mete out justice. He might have come close to forgetting what he'd once stood for, but now the old fire was back.
I see. It seems
Oh,
this
no.
isn't something to leave unchecked.
The man gestured with his jaw.
Take him as well.
Those security guards surrounded Minoru. Hey, stop it! Let me go! But though he struggled fiercely, there was no escape. Once he was dragged through those laboratory doors, Minoru never wrote another article again.
Right.
So Jesus.
Well,
This
I
seems
think
like a bad end.
I would say
yeah,
so.
I think that maybe teaming up is correct, but Osawa needs to not fuck up
Yeah, I think Osawa
on
fucked
what
it.
they're doing.
Okay, well, let's go to that jump point.
Yeah, let's jump. Jump.
Jump into Jehoshaphat.
Fuck. Look! So that's how this game works, is that sometimes you'll get a keep out to progress, and so you have to, from another person's story, use a red link to jump to that person's, like, thing to break that keep out. Like this. As he was driving past Oyama, Osawa spotted a man he recognized walking along. He pulled up alongside him and called out through the window. Mr. Minorikawa. I love how when you go to when Osawa is... So the thing about every perspective character is that they all have like different visuals of like, they're shot differently and they have different color grading. And Osawa lives in a horrible gray monochrome world that's miserable. Like he is so depressed and sad that he's just like there's no color in life. Vibrance is
just
gray.
so funny. He looks, it makes Minorikawa look like dog ass.
Yeah, it's like, it's so high contrast and low hue, like no color, that it's like, just compared to the Minorikawa scenes we just watched, it's like fucking wild. Oh, Mr. Osawa. Sorry, but haven't we've already seen this saying from the other side.
Yeah.
Business of the Eye does not get complete until later. Right now, he needed to focus on protecting Shibuya. If he didn't get his hands on that antiviral. Well, the man's egotism had some justification. Maybe he didn't know the details, but he clearly had some inkling about Osawa's situation. Something clicked in Osawa's mind. He was up against the wall. Okoshi Pharmaceutical had told him they were going to just let Maria die. He was past the point where he could resolve this peaceably, but he was not going to give up without a fight. When it came time, Osawa was sure this man could help him. Minorikawa thought for a moment, then got in the passenger's seat.
Alright, either...
I love that it's from the back this time.
Oh, yeah.
As he drove to the lab, Osawa filled Minorikawa in on all the details. The reporter listened intently, occasionally interrupting to ask a question. So how are you planning on getting your hands on the antiviral? I'm not sure. I figured I'd think of something after I got there.
Well...
Minorikawa let out a nasal chuckle. Just improvising, huh? Ah, well. I'll back you up. At least I know I found my way into something important.
Guys?
Guys? That's not a good idea.
Guys?
Guys?
They pulled up outside the lab. The two men got out of the car.
Guys?
Neither of them had a better idea.
Immediately, a team of security guards burst out through the gate and forced Osawa to the ground.
I think we're not making it,
Hey!
team.
What the hell is this? Guards grabbed him as well. Unhand me! I'm Kenji Osawa! Null says, guys, this plan sucks. Guys. Minorikawa, I'm a small flea on the inside of your detective jacket speaking directly into your ear. You need to not go up to the front of the building. Yeah.
Oh well.
He's getting captured again. He'll get to see Makino standing before him. Sir, tell these thugs to let me go. Makino just frowns silently down at him. So, not only will you not help me, you're actively getting in my way? Sawa glared up at his boss. Maria's life. No, countless human lives are at risk. That's you, Sol.
And there's nothing that you alone can do about that. That's what I need you to understand.
Makino gave a signal to the guards, and proceeded to drag Osawa away. The scientist writhed with despair at his own impotence. In the end, there was nothing I could do. Okay.
Okay. So if you read this hint, does it just say, man, I think they shouldn't do this? Or is there any...
Yeah, it looks like Osawa's just not going to be able to get into his laboratory. He'll have to make some other decision.
Okay. Does Osawa have a single decision to make
Yeah.
before now?
Before the that was a fake keep out. That was not the true answer. That was a false keep out.
Can we go look at his time chart? Because I'm just really curious about...
It's the first thing.
Okay, but I don't think that was a choice.
No, his choice was
Right?
to... Either to trust Makino for now, or go and fuck shit up himself.
Okay, well, we
The
know
correct thing to do is
that
Kenji
if he
Osawa
trusts
is
Makino, that's wrong, objectively.
fucking nothing.
The thing is that Makino, is that Osawa, it's just not in character for him. He's too pathetic. Have to take Makino at his word. Right now, that was the course of action. Maybe we'll get to see Columbo. Osawa sat down in front of his computer and quietly closed his eyes. If only I could just go to sleep and wake up tomorrow morning, find all of this resolved. Whoa. Strange noises.
Yeah.
Null says, no! Wariness of his boss will kill the patient. He needs trusting board member to live. We have to keep him stupid to live. All I'm asking for is a miracle. But he knew reality would never be so kind. He could hold his eyes shut as long as he wanted, and it wouldn't make this hopeless situation go away. He felt the anxiety welling up inside him until it seemed like he was going to explode. Oh, hey, Autumn, there's a character point that I think you should know about Osawa. So, obviously, he's an old man. He loves viruses, and he doesn't understand humans. He's having a terrible, awful day. And he also loves girl rock artist Aya Kamiki. There is a single song that constantly plays in this game that's from a real-life music artist, Aya Kamiki, who
Great.
Kenji Osawa, old man, is a big fan of, and he posts on a forum for over 40-year-old fans of that musician. And another Kano's future father-in-law also posts on that forum, but roleplays as a young girl on the 40-year and older forum as a
Well, who
really
hasn't?
old man.
Yeah, who hasn't roleplayed as a girl, honestly?
Yeah, it's just very... Yeah. Needing a distraction from his helplessness, Osawa opened up IronNet. I knew it was gonna come up,
Yeah.
that's why I had to get into
You called it so good.
it. He knew this was mere escapism, but he couldn't just sit and do nothing while waiting for Makino to call back. He posted a new topic with the title, I Your Fortune Teller.
2008, baby.
I tried the Eye of Fortune Teller. My results basically said I was a bad person who can't connect to the people around me. That is not what they said, Kenji Osawa. That is not what they said. Not what it said at all.
That's
Said
not what it is.
And you know what? That's exactly right. Oh my god, I know the exact kind. I've seen this forum poster. I've known this forum
We've
poster.
seen this forum poster. Just
Yeah.
like, oh,
I've baited
Yeah.
this forum poster.
No!
no.
Yeah. You know, that's how it is. 2008 wasn't a great time. I've had to delete this. I've had to delete this message from posters before as a moderator. I'm only interested in my own little world. That's probably why my wife and my assistant at work
Dude.
got so fed up with me. Oh!
Oh, is he divorced?
No,
No.
but he has
No.
a terrible marriage, and his wife is almost 100% having an affair with his assistant, who is now
Well,
dead.
Past tense.
Yeah,
Past
they were
tense.
like sussing out that his assistant was actually evil, and then when someone announced that he was dead, she just like suddenly and abruptly yelled out.
Yeah, it was the only
Like,
time that
no.
I had ever shown any extreme emotion. More than her daughters being kidnapped was the fucking
Stepdaughters.
stepdaughters. Yes, that's important. His assistant. Yeah. It's the same with my two daughters. What sort of things are they interested in? Do they have a lot of friends? This is so... What are their
Dude.
aspirations for the future?
Dude,
I don't know any of those things.
dude.
It never even occurred to me to find out. I'm such a terrible father.
Dude!
He's just like, this is not what the inaccurate topic title. Masawa's fingers ceased their tapping on the keyboard as he thought back to when Maria and Hitomi were younger. The two girls would follow him around like a pair of puppies. Their father was their everything. That much was clear just by looking at their faces. He felt a ticklish giddiness at having his girls cling to him so. He never felt anything like it in his life. But there were times where he also found it tiresome. I am sick of being the person I am. There's nothing I can do about that, though. I love that we have to save him from being, like, politically assassinated by making him fucking doom post on a forum for a fucking girl rock musician. This is the worst timeline.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's far too late for me to change. He poured out all his negative emotions into his post. Felt like stream of consciousness drivel, but he didn't hesitate to write it down all the same. He wanted other people to know what a miserable excuse for a human being he was. At last, when he couldn't think of anything else to add, he posted his bitter confession to the forum. He was staring numbly at the monitor when he heard a furious shout from the next room.
You have got to be kidding me!
It was Kajiwara. No, that...
Oh, that was Kajiwara?
Echo! Angry
What?
Columbo!
Hang on, Angry Columbo. God, my first Columbo line of the day, and it's like this. You have got to be kidding me!
So I never heard him so angry. These are the detectives
The
who...
choir.
They do... It's funny, these just nameless detectives. So I headed into the living room and found Kajiwara embroiled in a vehement argument with the other detectives.
I don't care what HQ's policy is. I will not just quietly go along with this.
Kajiwara had already screamed himself red in the face.
You're out of line!
Snapped one. And oh my god. Kiichi Sawatari with the Metropolitan Police Department's first criminal investigation section. Having heard of Kajiwara's past deeds from friends at the Shibuya precinct, he recommended to his boss that Kajiwara be assigned to the investigation of the Osawa residence. After seeing the detective's interactions with Osawa, he is confident that his recommendation was in the right. However, given the circumstances, he can't help but take a cold stance towards Kajiwara.
Null said this. The crime video about this situation in 10 years where the essayist finds out Osawa's account and reads that post in the middle of it will go hard.
Yeah, for real.
Hold your tongue. That's not the voice I did before, but I don't care.
I don't care if I'm out of line.
Your outline.
You may have talent, I'll give you that. But you're a precinct detective, and this isn't your jurisdiction. It's not your place to question orders from higher up.
Wait, Kajiwara really is a real detective after all?
No shit, dude. You were fucking doing everything he wanted you to. Did you tell? Go on. Explain the situation to Mr. Osawa.
Kajiwara bit his lip in frustration at the other detective's order.
Very well.
But before he could say more, Sawa noticed that the police equipment had all been cleared off of the table.
Bum.
Hold on. What's going on? Has something happened?
Allow me to explain, sir.
His bitterness showed plainly on his face.
We've been recalled, sir.
The MPD has established a security force, headed by members of its Public Security Bureau, to deal with the bioterrorist threat. Because the kidnapping task force has not yet found Maria, and she is infected with the virus, the task force personnel has instead been absorbed into the security force, and will continue their work under its direction. Asara narrowed his eyes, fighting to keep the confusion off his face. What do you mean by that? He was shaking, terrified to have his suspicions confirmed.
I'm truly sorry, sir, for having been unable to help you.
Kajiwara gave a deep and solemn bow. You can't break up Osawa and Kajiwara!
No.
But, Maria... What's going to happen to her? Maria... Another unit is tasked with bringing your daughter into... Oh no, that's Kajiwara.
Another unit has been tasked with bringing your daughter into custody, sir.
That much, at least, Osawa could process. We should get a... Null, you've been playing Sonic games recently, right? Can you get Maria's soundbite on the soundboard? Can you get Shadow saying Maria? Because I want to play that every time that this game's Osawa
Every time
says Maria.
specifically Osawa.
Yeah.
Shadow's death sound for when he falls in a pit in Sonic Adventure 2, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Noah.
I gotta go.
Oh,
Goodbye.
thanks for coming by, though.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me. Good luck not getting any more bad ends.
Mm-hmm. We certainly will get more bad ends, but
Maybe you'll solve it in one go.
maybe I'll solve it all in one go.
Anyway, good luck.
Goodbye.
See ya.
Bye.
You're going to place her under quarantine, aren't you? Kajiwara's lips stiffened, but he nodded. In order to Oh no, that's Kajiwara.
In order to minimize the spread of the virus, so I'm told.
No! You can't do that! If you do, there won't be any way to save her. His head spun. Please, I beg of you. You need to get Maria to me. I might be able to save her. When Kajiwara didn't respond, he turned to the other detectives. Please! Don't! You can't place Maria under quarantine! The detective's only answer was to avert their eyes. Why are you all ignoring me? Please, you have to listen! If you bring her to me, I can figure something out. I know I can! He plunked himself down on the floor, yelling and flailing his arms like a child throwing a tantrum.
They're marching off.
The detectives exchanged sullen looks with one another, then walked off and left him there. He knew he must be a sorry sight, but nevertheless he kept shouting after them. Please, don't stand by and let my daughter die!
Osawa's losing it.
Only Kajiwara remained with him in the living room.
I'm sorry, sir. This was beyond my ability to stop.
He gave another apologetic bow. Osawa felt suddenly deflated. No, you've done a fine job, Detective Kajiwara. It's me who should be sorry. I've made such a disgraceful display of myself.
That's not true, sir. In fact, I'm deeply moved. I can tell how much Maria must mean to you.
Osawa shook his head. If I'd really been thinking about Maria, I would have made an effort to work with you detectives more. That was all just self-absorbed shouting. A moment of emotional selfishness.
And yet, as a result, you convinced me to stay here with you.
Kajiwara proceeded to pull out his phone, put in a request at the task force headquarters to remain at the Osawa residence. Yes! He got into a heated spat with his commanding officer, but ultimately received permission to stay on as the police liaison with Osawa.
Kajiwara!
You see, there are some people who are legitimately moved by a parental display of emotion. Even if I'm not certain that I can do very much in staying here with you.
That's not true. There's plenty you can help me with. He looked into Kajiwara's face and smiled. For instance...
Get the banana!
I need to... Yes. I can have a banana whenever I want. Kajiwara returned Osawa's grin even more brightly.
Yes, yes, of course. By all means, have as many as you like.
He then produced a pair of bananas from his pocket, handing one to his companion.
Have a banana together!
Yes! Yes!
Yes!
Yes! Yes! Yes!
This is the best moment of my life.
Took a screenshot.
Yeah, me too.
Sawa peeled his banana and took a hearty bite. The mild sweetness was
God.
pleasant and soothing. It was a flavor that brought back memories. This is Kajiwara, right? Oh no, wait. Yeah, this is Kajiwara.
Give me a second.
Can you like get a mouthful of banana for this one?
Oh god.
I don't have a banana at home. I can like run and get maybe some yogurt or something, but
Just like act like your mouth is full.
okay.
I often eat bananas when I go to the park with my daughter. She just started grade school this year.
Thank you, Null, for the sound alert. I know you don't want to interrupt Banana Moment to test it. Oh, no, you didn't. Okay, never mind. Fail. Fail moment. Oh, really? She must be adorable.
Well, I don't get to see her as much as I'd like.
A lonely sort of smile crossed Kajiwara's face. Why's that?
Doing this job caused me to neglect my family. Finally, about 2 years ago, my wife hit me with the divorce paperwork. I wanted to be able to keep our daughter with me, but... well... the law tends to favor the mother when it comes to custody issues.
The detective then pulled 2 bars of chocolate from his pocket. Just both of you get divorced and then marry each other.
I've gotten really into men's rights since then.
No!
It's good to have something sweet when you're exhausted.
Hasawa took one, but said nothing.
More recently, my ex-wife has been talking about getting remarried. And she wants me to stop seeing our daughter.
He bit into his own chocolate bar with a soft snap.
It's no less than I deserve. But it still hurts.
Man, this is such a fucking frame. Like, just that fucking little bit of the line. Asawa couldn't help but sympathize. Man was losing his daughter. Here was someone he could really talk to. He was sure of that much now. Detective, I apologize. I've kept things from you because I was worried that they involved classified corporate information.
Oh?
Kajiwara's eyes glimmered with interest. Earlier today, I received some emails. It could be pertinent to the case.
Would you mind letting me see them?
Osawa shook his head. On the contrary. Back in front of his computer, Osawa saw that IronNet was still open. Pretty Honey had responded to his forum post.
Oh my god.
Um,
You gotta read this!
Okay, wait, hold on. We need to see what the response is.
I have to.
Just let's see and let's go back, okay? It's easy, it's fine. It's important.
One moment. Just let me read this. Osawa read the response.
I got that same result!
Is Pretty Honey Kano's girlfriend's dad? Yes.
Yeah. Do you really think it's too late? Don't give up hope! Hang in there!
Oh my god.
It's never too late.
I think this is still Pretty Honey.
It's never too late. Every family has its share of problems. Like, you'll never find one that doesn't, I'm sure. When it comes to family, there's no such thing as game over. So don't let it get you down, Julie. Besides, I did learn one thing from reading your post. In the end, a father's happiness is his daughter's happiness. Osawa solved Kano's problems! To be fair, Kano also helped solve his own problems.
Yeah.
But
Kajiwara peered into the monitor.
A young girl is posting to a forum for people 40 and older?
Pretty Honey. She always replies to my threads. The detective furrowed his brow.
I see.
Is something the matter?
No. That last line there just has me curious, is all. A young girl writing something like that. Well, that's neither here nor there right now.
Kajiwara's got him hooked.
Let me see those emails if you would. Kajiwara is immediately like, I know what's going on here.
Let's not address
I think
that.
I know who that guy is.
I know who that is, but I'm not going to out someone.
Osawa opened his email. He pulled out the images of the human testing on the monitor.
Oh, goodbye, Noel.
Goodbye, Null. Good night.
Night.
There's gonna be so much shit that this is gonna happen in this last hour, and you'll find out next week.
What is this?
Kajiwara stared at the monitor as if unable to look away. These are images from unauthorized clinical testing of an antiviral drug I developed, carried out by my company without my knowledge.
Images of a... I'm sorry, what was that?
The detective frowned at the unfamiliar terminology. In simple terms, the antiviral is a wonder drug to combat the UA virus.
Hold on. Maria is infected with the UA virus, isn't that right?
Yes, UA is a species of virus discovered in South Africa relatively recently. Roughly 12 hours after infection, patients develop a cough, and a fever, then begin vomiting, and ultimately begin to bleed uncontrollably from all over, resulting in death. The mortality rate is... Osawa was reluctant to say it. Kajiwara held his breath, waiting. It's nearly 100%. Kajiwara shuddered.
But wait. If you have this wonder drug, then Maria...
Osawa shook his head. Without Tanaka, I have no means of getting it out of the lab. Kajiwara's frown deepened.
I see. It may not be much to go on, but I think we can put together at least one piece of our little mystery here.
Something difficult or impossible to explain. An enigma. You see plenty of books titled The Mystery of Such and Such, or The Secret of Whatever on bookstore shelves. But when you read them, you're invariably disappointed by the mystery not being that mysterious after all. This is a great one. Up there with Beatdown, I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
That's a stream title, baby.
Yeah. Maybe you screenshotted it?
Yeah.
Good.
Kajiwara inspected the email address of the sender, A, then brought up the mail header. This is Kajiwara.
Hang on, my audio is bugging for a second. I have to fix it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You don't see email addresses like this much.
Hi, Mabel. Welcome to Shibuya Scramble. We're in, like, 30 hours deep into a very long visual novel, but join along for the ride, because it's just kind of a mess anyway. There's a lot going on. There's more to say.
It's seemingly from a foreign country, but that may be fake.
You can tell that just from the email? The detective flashed a little grin.
Take a look here. So if we just do this, and then this...
Fingers flew over the keyboard, calling up the header details, singling out the received from field.
This set of 4 numbers at the bottom is the sender's IP address. Think of it as an ordinarily hidden location marker of sorts.
Kajiwara teaches Osawa how to dox people.
Yeah!
As he spoke, the detective pulled up a website called IP Station. He copied and pasted the set of 4 numbers and pressed the enter key. The monitor showed the name of the provider, connection method, and other such details. A vendor that
I love
provides
this,
an
like...
internet connection service. A typical internet connection requires a dedicated line. Customers who do not already have one must make a contract for one with the provider. When the provider establishes your connection to the internet, you are assigned an identifying number called an IP address. What were you going to say, Echo?
I love this. It's so 2000s with the like,
Yeah.
oh, I know how to find your IP address.
Osawa couldn't make heads or tails of most of it, but one thing drew his eye. Access point. Shibuya Ward, Tokyo. Kajiwara went to the email program's options and checked the server info for Osawa's connection.
This is the same provider that you use, Mr. Osawa.
What does that mean?
What kind of internet connection do you have here at your house?
What sort? Well, it's plugged in over there, but... Osawa pointed at the router.
And does everybody in your family use that same line?
Yes, I think so. Kajiwara opened up a command prompt, then typed IP.
Yeah, this is real shit.
A literal prompt for users to issue computer control commands via keyboard instead of mouse. Also frequently used to refer to the window of a program allowing for such. There's a lot of old men
Okay.
talking by off screen.
So, if the same numbers we saw before pop up here, that's a bad sign.
Oh? Osawa stared at the monitor. Kajiwara pressed enter, and a black window covered in white alphanumeric characters appeared. What the heck? No, that's Kajiwara.
What the heck?
Wait, what's going on? Explain simply, so that I can understand.
Faking an email address is simple enough, but the typical person wouldn't be able to fake an IP. It's very likely that these emails were sent from another computer inside this house.
So I had to stifle a gasp. Emails had been sent from his own house at around 11 o'clock that morning. Since Osawa hadn't sent them himself, That left only one possible culprit.
This fucking picture of her!
Suddenly, his phone rang, nearly startling him out of his seat. Makino's name showed on the incoming call display. Isara quickly picked up. Is there an update on the emergency board meeting? He blurted. Makino's voice was quiet and subdued.
I tried pulling whatever strings I could, but to no avail. I'm afraid holding a board meeting today just won't be possible.
The phone fell from Osawa's hand. His only possible means of saving Maria was now gone.
Maria.
Okay.
Right. Well, we made it that time.
Wow.
Okay.
Right.
Speaking of Maria,
I feel like Maria's also gonna have a short one, in a sense. I walk counter to the throng of people heading towards the scene of the explosion.
hang on, I'm just thinking. So, we've done Minorikawa...
Minorikawa and Kano are both opened up. Kano and Aichi and Osawa are, like...
completed.
Done.
Yeah. The explosion happened in Shibuyaku, Jinan 1 Chone, near the intersection of Koendori and Oregon Hill.
There's a gun pressed against my back, leaving me no choice but to continue marching forward. I don't have time for this right now. There's something I need to do. My frantic sense of urgency grows and grows. Kanan. The only clue I have is that name. My other hazy snippets that have surfaced in my memory provide no answers. Please, just tell me, I murmur. Do you know who I am?
The man with the cane doesn't answer. I stop in my... Oh, no, that's you.
When the man with the cane doesn't answer, I stop in my tracks. I'm going to start shouting. Warn him. If you want to find it... Oh, that's enough.
That's me? If you want to find out who you are, then do as I say.
The barrel of a gun jabs more forcibly into my back.
Once we find Hitomi Osawa, you'll remember, whether you like it or not.
Guess I have no choice but to keep moving then.
Are your memories really that precious to you?
The man mutters as we start to move again. I'm taken aback by the question. Well, yes. I mean, isn't that pretty normal? There's a bit of a pause before he replies, his voice sad and distant.
You're not going to remember just the good times, you know.
What do you mean?
I mean that sad and painful memories are going to resurface too.
I guess I hadn't really thought of that. But still, whatever kind of memories they are, they're all a part of me. I'm the person I am now because of the sorrow and pain, too. I want to remember. I want to remember who I am. The gunman directs me dispassionately along the series of quiet side streets.
Right here.
I stop at his words. In front of us is an old multi-tenant office building. We ride the elevator to the 8th floor, then use the emergency exit to take the stairs up to the rooftop. Hey, I think I know where this is going.
Yeah.
A cool breeze blows across my cheek.
Sit down there.
I do as he says, settling myself on the outdoor air conditioning unit. The man lowers his gun, but keeps it in hand.
We'll wait here for a bit.
For how long? Let's out a rueful chuckle.
Guess we'll have to wait and see.
I decide there's no point in trying to fight with him. For now, I have to hope he's telling the truth, and whatever's coming will help me get my memories back. If I don't know about my past, how can I know about what to do with this Kanan stuff or anything else? I stare up to the sky as I wait for whatever the assassin is waiting for. The silence between us is suffocating. Finally, I can't take it any longer. Hey, so, I think this is yours. I hold out the notebook I picked up earlier. The man's surprise is plain on his face.
Where did you get that?
I saw the picture inside. He snatches the book out of my hand. Then he flips through it, looking sad. I'm afraid that another agonizing silence is about to descend when he speaks at last.
This is a picture of me and my childhood friends.
His voice is low and quiet.
We were inseparable back when we were kids. The boy here, he liked to fiddle with machines. Always doing things like taking apart radios and whatnot and putting them back together. He was a total bookworm too, so he got picked on a lot. But I was always there to save him from the bullies.
This is Maria.
All of a sudden, the guy's in a sharing mood, I guess. I can feel his aura of murderous rage starting to abate.
The girl here was the same age as us, but she felt more like a big sister. Whatever stupid things my other friend and I got up to, she was always willing to laugh it off.
Well, okay then. Guess I'm the nosy sort. I feel like we should just keep
What was her
listening.
name?
I decided to stay quiet and keep listening.
Oh, I don't know
That's
what
what
her
I
name
think.
is. I want to know if
But
it's like
But Echo wants to know
whoa.
the name.
Like why would it? Why do I have that option unless it's interesting? You know. That's what I'm thinking.
What was her name? I ask, curious to know more.
There's an old man passing by on this rooftop.
I'm right here. Kotone. We dated when we were in high school.
Oh, wow. I get from the impression from that picture the other boy must have liked Katone too, right?
The gunman's eyes widen.
You're very astute.
Call it a woman's intuition, I say proudly. Then I ask the obvious follow-up. So what happened to you two?
I dumped her.
The man carefully slips the notebook into the pocket inside his jacket. How come?
I felt it was for the best.
He lets out a little chuckle, then stands up and brushes the dust off of his pants. He looks strangely lonely. Well, we know where the solution to this keep out is.
Yeah, it's probably Kano, I would say.
We want to see.
Yeah.
Wait, no, we found a Maria keep out, didn't we?
Yeah, it was in Kano. No, it was
Oh,
in
yeah,
Kano.
yeah, it
It's
was
right
in-
there. No, wait, no, I don't think it's that one. That's the jump to Osawa for
Osawa.
some reason. The jump, no, oh, the jump in Kano's is gone because we got the because it was in a it's part of an ending that didn't happen anymore because it got derailed.
Well, let's just follow Kano for a bit.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's your fault, but blame yourself. Takes her to Heaven Publishing. Is there not a further ahead skip?
No. I think that it's like another scene
Yeah.
because it does go up to the Maria stuff.
Yeah, it's just I would like to be able to go up to the very end of it.
Yeah, but I think it's because it's like a long bit that got changed, but I don't know why all of this got changed.
Well, none of that got changed.
Yeah, because I think you did in the skip forward. I did see that you got through this conversation already.
Yeah.
So.
Secured Maria Osawa. Oh my god. What if the fucking childhood friend is the dad?
And so Katone is Aichi's mom?
Maybe? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, buddy. We heard it all before.
Detective Tadano, why are you doing this? Is that really Maria?
Maria.
Maria.
There's no doubt about it. She looked very much like Hitomi Osawa. A surge of frustration rushed through Kano. Detective Tadano, what is the meaning of this? Kana fought to remain calm. He felt like he was on the verge of falling to pieces.
Bring me Hitomi Osawa, and I'll let this girl go.
Why? What do you need Hitomi for? But Tadano's only answer was an icy stare. This isn't like you. It's so weird. The Detective Tadano who I know.
Who you know?
Tadano cut him off.
What do you know about me?
I know what sort of detective you are, sir. Because I've modeled myself after you for my whole career. The old man's expression remained stony. Don't you remember? That time when you risked your life to talk down that man who'd barricaded himself inside that office. Ever since then, you've been my... Tadano interrupted him with a sudden burst of laughter. And also an old man passed by off screen.
You really are gullible, you know that? You can only see things the way you want to see them.
What do you mean by that?
The truth is, I didn't even care if I died doing what I did. That's why I doused myself in gasoline.
Tadano's voice
This
sounded
is
low and
really
quiet.
funny. You thought I
That
was
was-
really cool. I was suicidal.
That was no display of heroics.
Maple, that's like the best and least obtrusive
We're just
sampler,
normal men.
so it's fine.
We're just innocent men.
It was more attempted suicide than anything else.
Oh, he actually said it.
I wasn't thinking about the other people still inside the building. It's just a coincidence things turned out the way they did.
Okay.
So then, if you had made a single misstep,
Then everyone in that building might well have burned to death.
you're lying! That can't be true! Connor shook his head insistently.
I don't have time for this conversation. If you don't bring Hitomi Osawa to me, believe me, I'll blow her brains out.
Please,
Fuck.
stop this! There was no hesitation in Kajino's eyes. He looked like he really would shoot Maria if Connor didn't do as he asked.
Hurry up. Bring Hitomi to me.
Can't you at least tell me what's going on?
Go now, or I'll so help me I'll shoot.
Connor drew his own gun from his jacket. I know you, Detective Tadano. I know there's some meaning behind all this. Connor's words came out as an imploring croak.
You think you can shoot me?
Letting Al Carwan go free. Taking Maria hostage. This has to mean something. Sweat made Connor's hands slick where he clutched his gun.
I asked if you think you can shoot me.
I've always looked up to you. You were the sort of detective I wanted to become. Connor's view of Tadano began to blur as tears welled in his eyes.
Can you shoot me, Kano?
I can! Even as he cried, Kano stood resolutely, doing his best to stare down the older man. He set his fingers squarely on the trigger and pointed his gun at Tadano's forehead. Suddenly, the piercing stare vanished from the other detective's eyes.
I've got to give you full marks for that, Kano.
Tadano smiled thinly.
I'll tell you then. I'll tell you why I'm doing this.
Maria's gonna be like Maria's perspective on all this is like, what the fuck is going on? This has nothing to do with me.
Why am I here? He lied to me. It all happened 17 years ago. A meth addict had assaulted someone in Shibuya.
Oh no, okay, this is just narration.
Oh.
Tadano was questioning people around Dogenzaka in search of the perp. He happened to pass by into electronics. This is Achi's dad. I don't know who that is. Oh hey, Tadano.
Hey, Tatano.
Oh no, it's Achi's mom.
Oh, hey, Tatano.
It was Kotone Endo, clad in pristine white. Clutched to her breast was her daughter Suzune, only a few months old.
Well, it's been a long time.
She flashed a tiny smile.
Yes, it has.
Tadano flaunted the clumsy smile of his own.
Are you on the job?
Yes, I am.
Kotone recoiled slightly at the dour look on Tadano's face.
Is something the matter?
There's an armed criminal hiding out somewhere in the area.
What?
I wouldn't leave the shop for a while if you can avoid it.
But I have to go to the bank to deposit some money.
Surely you can have Daisuke go do it?
He's away on a repair job and hasn't come back yet.
Tadano let out a one-note sigh.
I see Daisuke still does things his own way. Alright, let me escort you to the bank.
You mean it? I'd feel a lot safer having you with me.
Kotone flashed him a smile so wide that Tadano thought he might lose himself in it. Tadano, Kotone, and Daisuke were childhood friends, and had gone to school together up through high school. Tadano and Daisuke were always clowning around together. Kotone was always there alongside them, laughing. It had been quite some time since he'd gotten to walk along Dogenzaka with Kotone.
How have you been lately?
Well, with a newborn to look after, it's been pretty hectic. But there's never a dull moment. Things have been good.
I'm glad to hear it.
Kotone was always as bright as the sunflower. Sometimes, Tadano managed to convince himself that just the sight of her was enough.
He's so down bad.
Outside the bank, Kotone held Suzune out to him. Tadano received the baby with an anxious frown.
What's with that face?
I'm not good with babies. I haven't held one very often.
Because I'm so single and unmarried and lonesome. You know.
Oh, you'll be fine. Don't worry. Just hold on for a minute while I take care of things inside.
Alright.
He held the baby
I guess.
timidly, like it was a bomb that might explode at any moment. Kotone chuckled softly. Suzune stirred and squirmed in Tadano's arms. She kind of has Kotone's eyes, he thought. It was strange, the sensation of holding a child. She was so soft and light. What the... Did I turn on autoplay by accident?
I don't think you did.
What the fuck?
Uh-oh.
The controller advancing or something? Weird.
Weird.
She was so soft and light, and yet such a real and responsive presence. The faint warmth of her body warmed Tadano inwardly in turn. When Kotone returned after making her deposit, they strolled to a nearby park. Suzune back in her mother's arms.
Do you have any plans for marriage, Tatano? Me and Daisuke have been thinking about getting a third.
I haven't thought about it. Work has me plenty busy.
Oh, that's just an excuse. If there really were some woman you wanted to marry, you wouldn't let work stop you.
Then I suppose it's because there hasn't been anyone I felt that way about. He said, lying.
Really? Nobody? This whole time?
Yeah, really.
I see.
But still, seeing the two of you like this makes me realize how nice having a family could be.
Tadano peered deeply into Suzune's face.
The pairing of peered deeply is...
Oh, if it ain't Tadano. Oh no, is this... Oh, it's Daisuke.
Well, if it ain't Tatano. What are you doing here? I could ask you the same question. Come on, give me a break. I've got to make a deposit for the client. In that case, no need to worry. I just took care of it myself. I thought you'd forgotten about it. Huh? Really?
Kotone smiled as Daisuke reached down and carefully lifted Suzune in his arms. Beaming happily at his daughter, he nuzzled up against her tiny cheek.
Daisuke, long time no see.
Yeah. Glad you're doing well for yourself, Tatano.
They walked side by side. Daisuke proudly showed off Suzune's drowsing face.
What do you think? Adorable, isn't she?
Yeah, luckily she doesn't have your looks.
Hey now! Bad-mouthing me's the same as ever, huh?
Some things hadn't changed since high school.
Why not drop our place for a bit?
Sorry, I'm in the middle of a job, actually.
Tadano turned to glance at Kotone.
She was on the... I knew it!
Ooh!
I knew it!
An instant later, Daisuke screamed.
Kotone!
Man had come up behind his wife, and now held a kitchen knife to her throat. Kotone stood stiffly, frozen in terror. Her fucking face, just like, huh?
She's like trying to look into a light.
Yeah. Tadano took a step toward the man.
Let her go.
Slightly upturned eyes, the close cropped hair, the thin mustache. All the details matched the description. This had to be the man Tadano was after. Shut your damn mouth!
Oh.
You wanna try and kill me, huh? This lady here
Fucking
wants to
can?
try and kill me.
This is
What?
this is a really funny way to depict someone is like having a drugs problem right now.
Yeah, really, yeah. The
He's a
reports-
tweaker.
The reports had said the suspect was a tweaker. Right now his mind is probably a complete mess for meth withdrawal. Left unchecked, there was no telling what he might do.
I think I have an idea of what he might do.
Yeah.
Just offer to get him some meth.
Tadano shoved Daisuke behind him and drew his gun from his jacket. This is Daisuke.
Wait! Don't shoot! You'll hit Kotone!
But Tadano ignored Daisuke's shouts and trained his gun on the perp's shoulder. He was confident in his marksmanship. He'd never miss at this range.
Tadano, please back down!
Suzune still clutched in his arms.
I beg you!
I can't. I know that's Echo.
I can't. This isn't someone we can reason with.
The assailant began waving his knife about. He could stab it into Kotone at any moment. Tadano had to take the shot now. He aimed for the shoulder of the arm the man held his knife in. Daisuke
Tadano! Stop! Don't do this!
For a brief moment, Tadano's eyes met Kotone's. He thought he saw her give a tiny nod.
No! Don't shoot! Woo!
FMV moment. Oh my god, no.
He did it!
No.
What? He came back. He came back.
me when this shit
The knife
happens.
flew in the air, and he
He
came
catched
back.
it and came.
You didn't keep the gun up?
me when it's also over.
Me-
Oh!
Me when it's over. Me when it's fucking over. God, that was such a funny FMV where the knife flies away. He catches
It
it,
flew away.
and
It
then
flew out of his hands.
I didn't get to
Got it. I guess.
It was all over in an instant. By the time Tadano had the probe subdued, Kotone's white shirt was soaked through with red. With Kotone's death, so too died Tadano's heart. Whatever feelings had lived inside him had been reduced to cinders, leaving only a never-ending need to atone. Countless times he thought of ending his life in order to make things up to Daisuke and his children. The only reason he didn't go through with it was that he knew his death would be the easy way out. And so, he'd stayed on as a detective.
Just a suicidal one, apparently.
He would carry the weight of his sins with him for as long as he lived. That wasn't your fault. Like, that was it.
You shot the guy and disarmed him, like, which is the magic policeman shot that no one can do in real life.
Yeah.
And then God was like, slap the knife back into that dude's hand.
Yeah, that was an act of God. This is the sentence Tadano gave himself. "15 years had passed
15 years.
since Kotone's death. For the first time, Tadano had gone to visit her grave. He was standing by the grave marker with his hands clasped when someone called out to him from behind. "Oh, who's this?" A slender young girl stood there, flowers in hand. Tadano instantly recognized her, Suzune. She looked just like Kotone had back in her high school days.
Did you know my mother?
This is you, Echo.
Yes. We were classmates a long time ago.
Oh, really? Thank you so much for coming.
Suzune gave a slight bow and gazed up at Tadano with her big bright eyes. Oh god.
You look just like her.
Tadano struggled to hold back the tears. He felt as if Kotone stood before him, returned to life.
My father tells me the same thing all the time.
I'm sure once you're all grown up, you'll be just as beautiful as she was.
A forlorn smile came to Suzune's
Uh-huh.
face.
Once I'm grown up? Well, I don't think that's going to happen. I guess I really do have a lot in common with my mother, including the part where I'm going to die young.
That is the kind of person a person with chronic illness would say, though.
Yeah.
Like, real
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Don't be ridiculous. Why would you say such a horrible thing?
Suzune took a step backward, looking shocked to be rebuked by a stranger.
My apologies.
No, that's Tadano.
Oh,
Tadano
yeah,
apologized.
yeah.
My apologies. I didn't mean to startle you.
No, it's alright. Honestly, it's not something I like to talk about myself. But I'm sick, so there's not really anything I can change to do it.
Sick?
I have a heart condition.
A generic expression for illnesses pertaining to the heart, also referred to as heart disease, include things like heart failure, valvular heart disease, and so forth.
A transplant is the only thing that can help me. But my blood type's a little weird, and it doesn't look like they'll be able to find me a compatible donor.
The immune system exists to get rid of foreign substances in the body. Often a patient's immune system will attack a transplanted organ, which can result in the organ failing or functioning poorly. To mitigate the risk of rejection, it is preferable for the donor and the recipient to have matching body tissue. In the case of a heart transplant, characteristics such as blood type and pre-sensitized antibodies, human leukocyte antigens, must be screened ahead of time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Then, bowing her head, Suzune stepped in front of the gravestone and crossed her hands in silence. Tadano felt a wrenching pain inside him, as if Kojane were being taken from him all over again. If there really was a god, why would he do such dreadful things? Is there nothing I can do? He nearly lamented aloud. I'll do anything. Suzune, I'll do whatever I have to in order to save you. Tadano clenched his fists as he stared at the grave. Tell me, Kojane, what can I possibly do for your daughter? Please, tell me. Please. So the months rolled on. Everything changed just after 10 o'clock that morning.
Uh-huh.
Tadano was on a stakeout when his cell phone rang. Glanced at the call display and slipped Daisuke Endo's name. Hadn't heard from Daisuke in years now. Fearing that something had happened to Suzune, Tadano answered the call despite his current tense circumstances. At once, he heard Daisuke wailing.
Suzune had a seizure! She might not come back from this one!
Tadano's terrible suspicions had been right on the mark. He felt himself growing weak.
Please! You need to shoot that girl you're with! That Hitomi Osawa!
Oh my fucking god.
You need to shoot her in the head! If we have her heart, we can save Suzune!
Why does he know Hitomi Osawa's blood type?
So
Looking at the camera.
Kanan, right, talked about how the thing about Alfred's plans are that they're not, like, completely foolproof, right? They have, like, things that, like, you can't just perfectly plan around in reverse and stuff to figure out who possibly thought this up, right? So, one aspect of Alfred's plan is probably telling Daisuke these facts.
Yeah.
To like completely obliterate like Hitomi's safety.
Yeah.
So I think that it's just like, if we're assuming that there's an evil super mastermind,
That's probably how.
I guess they told him.
At first, Tadano couldn't make sense of what Daisuke was saying.
Hurry up and shoot her, please. Hitomi Osawa is the Bombay blood type.
Wait, hold on. You want me to kill Hitomi Osawa? Why?
Quickly scan the area.
Daisuke, are you nearby? Wait, where are you?
Don't worry about that. If you can just render her brain dead, we'll be able to transplant her heart into Suzune.
The term brain dead refers to a state where the entire brain, including the brainstem, is beyond any recovery. In Japan, brain death is defined by Article 6 of the Act on Organ Transplantation, which states that brain death can only be declared with the goal of authorizing a transplant, and is subject to the judgment of at least 2 doctors, including inspecting the patient according to a preset process, at least 6 hours apart. Shooting someone in the head didn't necessarily guarantee they'd wind up brain dead. And even assuming it did, if Tadano shot the Osawa girl here in the middle of the scramble, it would cause a giant incident. By the time the autopsy was completed, the window for a heart transplant would surely have passed.
Tadano, shoot her, please!
Daisuke, I can't. You know I can't do that.
Looks like his old friend wasn't even listening.
Hurry!
Look, even if she did wind up brain dead, they wouldn't be able to perform a transplant.
But Daisuke kept on shouting.
It's fine! It'll be fine! I'll make the transplant work somehow!
You'll make it... that's you.
You'll make it work?
Even knowing how ridiculous that was, part of Tadano wanted to know what he had in mind, if anything.
I finally found it! I found something we can do for Suzune!
I guess Hitomi Osawa was in the news recently, and maybe, like...
I don't think the news tells you what someone's blood type is.
I guess, it's just like, he's like, kind of a... Daisuke is clearly searching for this information.
Yeah. Please, help me help her!
Tadano understood Daisuke's feelings painfully well. To be helpless to stop the suffering of someone you loved. Nothing in the world hurt as much as that.
I assume that's... yeah, I assume that's Tadano.
Nope.
Oh no, I want to save Suzune! Tadano, this is the one thing I will ever ask of you.
Tadano could hear choked weeping from the other end of the line, and at that sound, something inside him shifted. Yes. Yes. Daisuke was right. The likelihood of a transplant happening wasn't the issue. What mattered was that right now, he could take action. He could do something for Suzune. He mustered up his resolve,
Guys.
feeling the doubt lift from his heart. This really stupid idea.
Guys, hey, you know who really won't like this?
Yeah.
Suzune.
Yeah, Suzune. For Suzune. For the daughter of the woman he loved.
Why the fuck do men, like, experience one woman's death and then suddenly they feel like they can be like this?
my ex-girlfriend died, and so now I'm gonna kill this young girl.
Yeah, this is normal.
I don't know, check the gun inside his jacket.
This is normal behavior, yeah.
And slowly began making his way through the crowd toward Hitomi. Daisuke at least had the excuse it's his daughter. Yeah, and like...
That's
some excuse, but it's definitely not it's definitely not substantial. Like...
I mean, like, Daisuke feels like he's getting manipulated, is one thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's not okay, the thing he's doing. But it is like a moment of suddenly, oh god, she could be dead. Followed up with somebody telling him about a way to save her that's really fucked up. So he doesn't really have time to process any of that. And then this man who needs to fucking get over himself. I don't know. He's been not fucking shooting his gun the whole time.
Yeah.
Now you know why we're here.
That was a long story. That at least took like an hour.
Yeah.
Kana's own. Oh my god, it is almost the last hour. As in, end of the stream time. Kana's own gun wavered in his hands. He was crying inside. There's nothing else he wanted to hear from Tatano now. And now, he was sure of one thing. Words were never going to stop this man.
Oh no. At my age, I've seen all sorts of young detectives come and go.
He fixed his lonesome gaze on Kano.
And you're about the worst of the lot. Whenever it's time to take action, you immediately do something reckless. Do you know how many formal apologies I've had to write because of you?
Dude.
Tatano let out a heavy sigh.
But you know, Kana, because of the way you've looked up to me, you saved me. And that's the truth.
He sounded like a man speaking his last words.
Now come on. See if you can stop me.
He pressed the gun harder against Maria's temple. Kano took aim at his former hero's head. Detective Tatano. His finger wavered on the trigger. Shoot him. You have to shoot him. If you don't shoot him, Maria is going to die. He tried desperately to convince himself. I am going to stop you.
Do it then. Shoot me.
Connor stared right back. He tightened his finger on the trigger. Urgh! Oh my god.
Yeah,
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's where you put that.
Yep. Yep.
So do you want to just like fucking speed through Maria's POV of this exact thing that's gonna have a lot of the same information, I think?
I feel like there's gotta be something different going on for Maria, though. I don't know.
I like to imagine that Maria's just gonna be like, it would be really funny if it was Maria was just like, and then he started on this boring story that I didn't fucking care about. And I got really tired of it. So I took all the bullets out of his gun when he wasn't paying attention.
And ate them.
And ate them.
And ate them.
Let's just jump to Maria. Let's see what it is, but if it is just the story again, then we can just
If it's the story again, we're skipping it.
But if it's not the story again, I'll save and quit, because there's not much time to actually do much more reading.
Yeah.
Faint voice.
I hear a faint voice and realize the man is listening to a wireless radio. Oh, I guess Maria starts a bit before this. I've managed to secure Hitomi Osawa at Shibuya Central Hospital. The voice says. A gleam comes to the gunman's eyes. He pulls his cell phone from his jacket and hurriedly makes a call.
I've secured Maria Osawa.
He says to whoever's on the other end. Huh? Maria? Osawa? My name is Maria Osawa?
You need to bring Hitomi Osawa to my location at once.
Hitomi Osawa. If I'm Maria Osawa? What sort of relationship do I have to Hitomi?
If you don't bring her, I'll kill Maria.
Were you serious just now? My voice wavers uncontrollably. What do you mean you'll kill me?
Don't look at me like that.
He steps in closer to me, his expression dangerous. That killer's edge he'd lost during our little talk is back in full force.
Just bear with me a little longer. He's not gonna kill you, he's gonna kill your sister.
He blindfolds my eyes with some sort of towel. I can't see through it at all.
Oh, what?
Just then, I hear Kanan's voice inside my head. My memories are like shards of broken glass tumbling through my mind, all out of sequence. Is she just gonna be, like, disassociating this whole time?
This is Kanan.
How are you able to do that when this string is so tangled up?
Oh, once you know the trick to it, you can do it with your eyes closed. I'm showing Kanan how to do a cat's cradle. She reaches out for the string.
Huh?
She doesn't get hold of it quite right.
What gives?
Despite her efforts, the string gets all jumbled up. This is a really funny thing to, like, introduce to the badass super assassin girl, is that she's really bad at cat's cradle. No, not like that, I say. Hook your index fingers to the front part of the string.
No, I get that.
But after giving it a few more tries, she finally manages to pull it off.
There we go. Look at that.
Seeing her innocent little smile bolsters my own spirits.
You're so gay.
Yeah.
Yuri moment.
That's neat. Thanks for teaching me.
Oh, it's nothing special.
Here. As thanks, let me teach you some skills to help you protect yourself.
You have learned memory of Aikijujutsu. Abruptly.
Press X to initiate an Aikijujutsu combo.
You've just remembered that you have some heat moves. Essence of self-defense. Kanan has been training me in some form of self-defense.
Techniques for protecting oneself when attacked. Rather than defeating the opponent, self-defense training generally prioritizes simply getting oneself away from danger. Some people consider behavioral tenets such as run away when you're attacked or don't go near dangerous places to be forms of self-defense as well.
Don't overthink it. People will either try to punch you, kick you, or grab you. If you can stay ready for those three things, you'll be able to take it from there.
She demonstrates some defensive movements as I watch. I follow suit, do my best to mimic her.
Okay, let's do this.
Kanan throws a punch at me. I dodge, grab her by the wrist, and give her arm a hard twist. Incredibly, she goes whirling through the air. She lands nimbly on her feet, a little grin coming to her face.
Nicely done.
I stare down at my own hand. Did I really just do that?
Once you repeat the movements enough, your body will treat them like second nature.
That's why it's all
Yeah.
second nature. I do as she says, trying to repeat the movements over and over. At first it feels like a silly gimmick, but eventually I can feel the motions growing smoother.
There you go. People like those thugs we met before won't get the drop on you again.
Woo!
Woo. Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Thugs? Now my memories zip back further into the past. I was wandering the streets trying to get back to my hotel, but I'd gotten lost. By the time I realized I'd wandered some dodgy back streets, I was already surrounded by people giving me threatening looks. They must have been thugs looking for tourists to rob. If they'd caught me, I'm not sure I would have made it out alive. But they hadn't. Kanan had seen to that. Thank you so much for what you did to me. For me.
I didn't want there to be a scene here.
Kanan says bluntly as she surveys the aftermath of the thug's attack.
That's all.
I'd happened to be right underneath her apartment window when I was nearly abducted. Bit by bit, my memories of Kanan are starting to resurface.
Your most important memories.
Just a little more. Just a little more, and I'll have myself back, I'm sure of it. Kano, you fucked up! A man's voice suddenly snaps you back in the moment.
Tana, where are you? It's kind of just.
Tomiosawa, why didn't you bring her? He snarls. I'm trying to think about Kanan.
Trying to think about my girlfriend.
The sun. Ugh. There's a huge blimp drifting slowly by overhead.
Brimp.
I'm sure I've seen it before.
The huge brimp.
And pretty recently of that.
Oh my god, blimp
Okay,
memory.
There's a flash of revelation inside my head. Like a dam bursting, my memories come flooding back to me?
The blimp!
The
blimp? Blimp?
The amulet.
Blimp memories?
She was in... What? Oh my god. The
Blimp memories?
Last night.
Last night, I was at a party, a sort of mixture with the...
Oh, so you're... Oh my god, all of us are exploding. Maybe I'm exploding?
Yeah.
Hi. Can you guys talk? Oh no, you're both terrible. Memories back, connection gone.
Whoa, Mondo, cool. Whoa, Mondo, cool.
There
Hello?
is nothing more enchanting than a big
Discord?
cozy owl hug.
Hi.
Discord?
You've
Are you
never
was
had an owl
Discord.
hug? Well, brace yourself. It looks like Owl
What
is
a
swooping in
fucking
to give you
time.
one right now.
Thanks for the owl hug. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I just
I
went
can
through a
hear you
different...
easy.
It was literally just a region issue for some reason.
Okay. Someone's planning to use this party as an opportunity to abduct my sister, Hitomi. And so I told Hitomi that the party started 1 hour later than it really did.
Oh my god, she, like, let Hitomi come, but also lied to her about the start time.
So that I had a plan to let myself get abducted in Hitomi's place. Of course, the idea wasn't just to let myself get kidnapped. The necklace I wore was outfitted with a tiny GPS. Wherever I happen to be taken, Kanan will be able to track my location.
Oh my god.
What we hadn't counted on, though, was my necklace getting torn off when I was attacked. I managed to grab hold of it, but I hit my head when I was being shoved into the car, and it slipped from my grasp. I'm not sure how far we drove after that. In my fuzzy memories, I recall gazing blearily out the car window.
Then saw a blimp.
And I saw the blimp!
The Ayakamiki blimp!
It's an Ayakamiki blimp! That's when I saw the blimp right after we parked!
Yes, it went fine. There's a man talking to someone on his cell phone. Alright, I'll shut her up inside the storeroom. I'll be waiting in the room upstairs.
The man dragged me out of the car and shoved me into some dark storeroom. Then, I guess for good measure, he hit me on the head again. That's right. There's more of it coming back to me now. Uh-huh.
This
Echo, what were you gonna say?
this looks like one of those images people post on Facebook of like Jesus.
Yeah.
It's Kanan.
You spent your life living in a country at peace, in Japan. You can possibly understand me.
Kanan again. So it's not like she and I became fast friends right away or anything. The two of us were too different in a lot of ways.
Where do you draw the line? What would you protect with your life? What does justice mean to you?
A forlorn look came to her face whenever Kanan asked me a new question. And I never had a good answer for any of them. My flimsy grasp of my own personal identity made it hard for us to get along, yet I kept visiting Kanan's place for the duration of my trip.
Hmm.
I recall doing the cat's cradle there at the table one time when we didn't have anything in particular to talk about.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Her eyes had gone wide when she saw me deftly manipulating the string with my fingers. Yeah?
Yeah.
With their fingers?
Kanan.
Yeah, I know. It's great. Who taught you how to do that?
My mother. My real mother, that is. Kanan furrowed her brow.
What do you mean, real?
As opposed to my stepmother, I mean. My birth mother died after getting really sick. Oh! I was only 5-year-old, so I don't remember her that well.
Yeah.
Is this why Osawa is so virus crazy?
It might be why.
I see.
He wants to cure the common cold? Her expression remained unchanged. What about your parents, Kanan?
I don't have any. They died during the war.
The bluntness of her response made my hand stop, the string still stretched between them. Sensing we were treading on some serious ground, I hurried to change the subject. Do you have any friends?
No. Well, I used to have one.
Her use of the past tense made me fear the worst, and I was right.
He was killed too. By an arms dealer named Alfard.
Alfard. Her tone was dry, matter of fact.
Taking revenge for his death is my sole purpose in life.
Despite the gravity of her words, her face was an unreadable mask. She seemed almost incapable of human emotion, which, thinking back on it, pretty rude of me to say. So, what sort of person is this Alfard?
A destructionist who masquerades as a terrorist.
Destructionist? That sure wasn't a term that came up a lot back in Japan.
Alfard doesn't believe in God and holds no political ideology. The chaos and destruction is just to earn money in order to carry out more terrorist acts.
So you're saying this Alfard commits terrorism because it's fun?
Destructionist, no blue text. Yeah, no tip for destructionist.
Kanan nodded.
That's why every now and then, Alfard changes loyalties. Just when you think you found ties to some Middle Eastern terrorist organization, it turns out the job was for the American CIA.
So what the heck? So Alfard stands for nothing then? Kanan smiles dismissively at my little childish outburst. I couldn't help but feel a bit patronized. I twiddled my finger, turning my cat's cradle into a bridge. Kanan's eyes fixed right back on the string. A tiny surge of pride replaced my annoyance. She went quiet, watching closely as I worked my fingers. The tension in the room faded as the silence between us lengthened. My stepmother is the sort of person who couldn't do this sort of thing.
My cringe stepmother who can't do a cat's cradle.
Yeah.
For some reason, I had a sudden urge to talk about my personal life, which is how we're, this isn't just doing the exact same thing as the thing Kano was saying.
Yeah.
I guess she cares about herself more than looking after her children. She's not a bad person, though. She gives me weird bits of advice, like telling me to find someone to date, or that a woman's life is defined by a man.
She seems like a bad person.
But it's not like I hate her or anything.
You should probably hate her.
Maybe.
Would you mind teaching me?
What? How to find a guy to date?
No,
She shook her head.
I'm not into guys.
Then she pointed to the cat's cradle strung between my fingers. So I took her by the hand and started to teach her the cat's cradle. Hey, you mind if I ask you something?
What's that?
That friend you mentioned earlier, What was he like? Kanan's fingers went still.
It's better if you don't ask. If I tell you, you won't want to come here anymore. You'll think I'm straight.
That's not true.
Even though I'm a terrorist?
One who uses fear and violence to attain political objectives. The term has its origins in the Reign of Terror in 18th century France, known in French as La Terreur.
I swallowed a sudden lump in my throat, unable to find words.
We fight for righteousness, but you people call us terrorists.
In the religious sense, the state of being virtuous, free of sin, and observant of the proper rules of moral conduct. Not as the same as being in the right, though many people equate the two.
Am I wrong?
But, I mean, you protected me.
All I did was take down some thugs. I just didn't want them around. Nah, I'm just messing with you.
Huh? Kanan flashed me another slight condescending grin.
I was just joking. Don't worry about it.
But I didn't get the sense that everything she said was a joke. Even if calling herself a terrorist was an exaggeration, the world Kanan lived in was unquestionably a dangerous one. I could tell from the look in her eyes, a look you'd never expect from an ordinary teenage girl. Just what sort of hardships had she endured to acquire that deadly stare? Having lived all my life in peaceful Japan, I could scarcely imagine. Kanan tried and failed several times to get the cat's cradle right, but she didn't give up. She worked fastidiously by herself, fingers continuing to shift awkwardly about. Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah, I think that was Kanan. She hooked the string around her fingers and spread her palms.
Mabel, send the video and overlay, and I'll look at it, and I'll see if I want to do that.
But the string shape just collapsed into a jumbled mess.
Found it. Okay, one more time.
You can make this into a game with two people, you know.
This is Maria.
You pass the string back and forth. Why don't we try that? It's more fun than doing it by yourself. I wrap the string around my fingertips. What do you say? Want to give it a go? Kanan looked dubious. Hey, do they know what they're doing right now? The intricately intertwined strings were like the world in a way. What started as a single thread was now something that couldn't just be undone by just pulling on it.
Wow, I wonder what this
It's
is.
a it.
It's a video game.
It's a red string too.
Yeah, it's a red string too, isn't it?
Yeah. Sort of a thread.
I held up my hands, twirling the string around my fingers. Kanan took the pattern from me and spread her palms apart. She made a perfect bridge between her hands. The shy grin that came to her face made her finally look like a normal girl. I followed suit with a childish little laugh of my own. And, as if in a blaze of sunshine, the fogs that seemed to hang over mine finished receding. Just in time, I think, for Tatsuno to finish talking about whatever stupid bullshit he thinks. I remember everything. My name is Maria Osawa. My sister is Hitomi Osawa. This is who I am! And Kanan,
Is
she's a dear friend who I met in a far-off land. She helped me once, and now it's
Yeah,
my turn to
control.
help her. I close my eyes and reflect upon these precious memories, all the dearer for having been lost. Now, when I try to picture Kanan, I can do so clearly. It's just as I thought before. My memories are what make me who I am, and I would never choose to forget them. I feel almost as if time had stopped for me while my history were gone, and now it started moving again. I'm finally back to being me.
FMV moment!
FMV!
Just that?
Now what the fuck? And I have to go.
PE.
I have to go back there one more time.
She has to put the cat suit back on.
I have to get back in the cat.
What?
Whoa!
What?
What?
Wait, what? Wait, what?
End of her story, and
Wait.
And?
What? Huh? What the fuck?
And?
and
There's
Gone!
still a
He's gone!
gun pointed at her! Okay, well, thank you all for joining us today for Forbidden Mystery Vault! We've achieved one end! One end achieved!
Oh, what the fuck?
I guess she's just gonna be a character that appears in other stories now. Like... But what the fuck?
why did you say end of her story?
And...
Did she get shot?
We'll find
No?
out. In
Why is it her
Kando's-
end?
We'll find out in Kando's 5 o'clock. 5 to 6.
Yeah.
I imagine it's just going to... Everything is going to slowly converge until we're only controlling one character for, like, the final hour.
Hmm. Who do you think the final character will be?
Minorikawa.
Yeah, it's Minoru.
Really?
Yeah.
Because he's
yeah,
got to
yeah.
deliver the report. He's got to deliver the copy of 4-Star Journal Gossip at 8 o'clock.
It's Minoru.
Well, thank you all for watching. Let's see this video that Mabel told me to check out.
I don't. I have to go.
Yeah,
Bye.
Bye, Saul.
Unlock endless fun at Hellspin. Get started with our generous welcome package. Up to
Sorry, this is an
$5,200
ad.
plus 150 free spins. Dive into a world of exciting games and big wins.
I don't.
Your next gaming adventure awaits.
I'm sorry,
Find us
Mabel.
on
Where
the
is
web.
it?
It's in overlay. I'm just seeing if it's like what the video is. Okay, no. I'm tired. But I'll post the video in the chat so people can watch the video. It's the skull. There's a skull in it. Thank you all for watching.
Yeah.
This stream has been like 30 minutes over, so yeah, goodbye.
Thank you for watching.
Skull emerges and begs for weed. That's good.